investors. And in this 21st century, it appears that the efficiency-seeking investors are only going to be interested in countries that can do work efficiently with high productivity levels. Do we have a chance to attract such investors?
Yes, we do have a chance. I think we do have a significant chance. One of the conversations to attribute towards that particular question is the devaluation of the currency, right? The devaluation of the currency presents two opportunities in terms of two markets, the local market and the external market as well, right? And again, the current government, based on the budget draft, has been emphasized in conversations of saying, let's try to align with international organizations such as African Union and United Nations within their goals, within their agendas, right? So the digital transformation plan or goal that we have as a country is based off the AU 2060 transformational plan. So in essence, what it simply does is the government would invest in projects which would allow us to qualify for certain grants. That's efficiency. We're not spending from our government coffers. We're not trying to attract borrowing as we have currently. We are simply saying let's work on projects which will attract grants from international organizations. That's efficiency. So again, two monetary policies and fiscal policies which present opportunities from an efficient perspective, two markets from one policy. That's also efficiency as well. So we really do look like we are going towards or moving towards a much more efficient, proven market as a country.
What's on the ground? What's on the ground in that context?
I think Riba, you're asking a very, very important question, because issues of efficiency bottles down on issues of competitiveness. We are operating in a very competitive environment. We need to be efficient, and there's a lot of things that we need to be looking at in terms of reforming to ensure that we are better efficient. This is where issues of digital transformation comes in. This is issues where ensuring that our labor, which is a significant factor of production, is well aligned in terms of ensuring that it's not costly, such that we are able to be more efficient. And there is a lot of concerns, obviously, so from the private sector in terms of ensuring that we...
Let me just say that the Minister of Finance has actually just stepped into Parliament holding that famous briefcase. And I must say this, the Minister is making history today, not just as presenting the first budget of UDC government. He's also making history in that he is the second man with the same name, Gaolatlhe, to make to hold that briefcase. So, in other words, he made history on the political side. He made history, an achievement at the family side or the family level. We're now watching as parliamentarians taking their seats, shaking hands with each other, waiting. Dare I say that patiently to hear what the minister has to say. But we will continue. Let me just give you the time to conclude that point. But yes, I want you to remember this: the new government has actually made digitalization one of the priorities, and they also made it to the point that you said. They also said that we need to be cognizant of African and global aspirations. African Union 2063 vision and the 2036, I think, of United Nations.
2030, actually. 2030,
2030, yes. Thank you. 2030 of the United Nations Sustainable Goals. And they said that whatever we do here, we cannot forget that or pretend that we are not aware of that. That is also going to open the market for other nations to come into Botswana through the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. So if we are not as efficient as we have to be, perhaps we will start complaining that people are taking over the market, because the more time you spend in the workshop, people will be flooding the shop shelves with their products.
No, most definitely. I think this is actually the centerpiece of the conversations. How do we ensure that we are more competitive, such that whatever we are doing it's better price than everybody else, because everybody else is doing everything that we are also doing. So this is where the reforms, the changes on how we facilitate business are going to be very important. There's a lot of opportunity, like Bami was saying, there's a lot of opportunity of change. The way in which we facilitate business from the government machinery, we need to be more efficient. The way in which we facilitate business in terms of how our work ethic as a people, it's going to be very, very important to ensure that we are better in penetrating the market. Our export market, in terms of protecting it by all means, is going to be the most important thing. And this is the conversation that we were having when we were having the issues around the 4,000. We say, if we shock our market, if we shock our export sectors by these, how much does it affect us in terms of us being able to be competitive in the African market, taking cognizance of the AfCFTA advantages and opportunities. So I think this is going to be the most important discussions that we are going to be having, and this is in terms of the changes that this government is going to be, the new government is going to be bringing around ensuring that we are more efficient. It's going to be, to us, the cornerstone of everything.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And as I said, we will be updating you on ministers as they come through to this most important day, another day in history that we are creating today. But before we move on to into further, I want you, Bami Witsoko, I want to get to your point here. Look, we open up. We are aware that Africa itself wants to open up and do business with one another. But our taxes of revenue comes from SACU, comes from diamonds. If you say that now we are opening up, isn't this going to affect, negatively affect what we get from SACU?
Well, you have to think about it from an offset perspective, right?
Yeah.
So if we open up the market,
SACU is more to say that this is another cash cow for the member countries.
Right.
What happens now that we've opened up our markets in the region to any other African country through the Africa Continental Free Trade Area? What happens?
Hence, I'm saying it's more of an offset conversation to say where's the benefit going to be mostly? Right?
Okay.
So SACU is coming from what allows us. We're still dependent as an institution, being here, institution being the country. So let's now become less dependent on other markets and become dependent on our market.
Yeah.
Right. So it's an offset conversation that we can try to.
Okay. So it's not going to affect SACU. I wanted to tell you that I have my point on that. But here is another one of the great moments is the arrival of the President of the Republic of Botswana. He is here, stepping in. He is coming through, and Ndaba, you can see that on the screen there, he's already getting himself ready for that moment, the Gaolatlhe moment. Perhaps you can from now begin to call it the Gaolatlhe moment throughout the 5 years of this, the life of the new government. You wanted to clarify something that SACU will still remain relevant. But before you do that, yes, as I said, the president is here. You can see that he is walking with that majestic steps to his people that awaits him. I think Rabu Choko, you can see him just like anybody else at home. And the camera is showing you that people are inside there awaiting to welcome the President Duma Boko. He is the President of the Republic of Botswana as of November when he was sworn in as the President of the Republic of Botswana from the UDC government, a party that was able to unseat the BDP that ran this country or ruled this country for 58 years. We will be giving the space now to our colleagues to continue and listen to Parliament.
Madam Mr. Speaker.
Good afternoon to our invited guests. Before I go to the speaker's announcements, let me just recognize that in our midst we have very distinguished guests, including His Lordship, the Chief Justice of the Republic of Botswana, Justice Gaolatlhe, Their Excellencies, former Presidents, the Court, and former President of Botswana, His Excellency, Lieutenant General Dr. Zahamali Mkhama, Ohapele Mkosi Kolo Yakamama. Also have the fifth and former President of Botswana, His Excellency Dr. Macroeconomic Passes. We also have in our midst former Vice President Jonas Motswani, former speakers, the Right Honorable Ladies Katie Kokore, the Right Honorable Dr. Margaret Nasha, the Right Honorable Panucci C. Skelman. Let me also recognize their spouses if they are here. I think we also have the President of the Court of Appeal, Honorable Justice Teo, Just President of the Industrial Court, Justice Dirazahai, Chairman of the Kosi, Monga Kosi, Kosima Rukau Bedi, Kumahati. President of the Customary Court of Appeal, Monga Kosi Mutivi and Tree, Kosi Sotetik and Akiva and Mokian, members of the diplomatic corps, special guest of the President of the Republic of Botswana and the Vice President. He went by Ndaba. May Michael represent. On the speaker's announcements, let me start our members by formally introducing our new clerk of the National Assembly. I'm pleased to announce that the President Advocate Dumakion Boko has, acting in terms of Section 112 of the Constitution of Botswana, appointed Dr. Gabriel as clerk of the National Assembly of the Republic of Botswana. The appointment process was done in terms of the provisions of Section 70 of the Constitution of Botswana, Section 20 of the Public Service Act, Standing Order 3 and Standing Order 11 of the National Assembly of Botswana. Furthermore, the appointment was with effect from the 21st of January 2025. Just for information, Dr. Malema holds a Doctor of Philosophy in Peace and Coexistence from Hiroshima University in Japan. A master's degree in Public and Development Management from the University of Witwatersrand, South Africa. Master's degree in Politics and International Relations from the University of Botswana, and a Bachelor of Arts in Social Science, double major Political Science and Public Administration from the University of Botswana. Dr. Malema has also attended ministerial courses, which among others include Certificate in Defense and Security Management from Zuzu University, Malawi, Full Academy of Young International Policy Analyst, FES, New York, expert training for mediation courses, Accord, Durban, South Africa, applied course in conflict transformation, action support center, Johannesburg, building a strategy for prevention of violent extremism, virtual learning journey jointly delivered by the Geneva Center for Security Policy, South African Defense and Security Management Network, SANSA, and Frederick Everett Sleeper. This is moderated training, quality skills, and framework consultants. Malema is a seasoned professional with over 20 years of experience. He's a former political science lecturer at the University of Botswana, a former head of politics and diplomacy at the Southern African Development Community SADC, director of the Program on Politics, Defense and Security. He has also previously worked at the Mira newspaper as a reporter, Radio Botswana as an English news reader, and African Comprehensive HIV/AIDS Partnership (ACHA) as a communications officer. Honourable members, kindly join me in welcoming the Clerk of the National Assembly, Dr. Gabriel Malema. Honourable members, I'm further pleased to announce that Mayor Ms. Mapente has been appointed as the Deputy Clerk of the National Assembly of the Republic of Botswana The provisions that I have outlined earlier were also followed in appointing her. She obtained ACCA in 2004 and had previously graduated with BCom Accounting from the University of Botswana in 1997. She is a trained public expenditure financial accountability assessor. Ms. Kesandra is a member in group spending for both the Association of Chartered Certified Accountants, ACCA, and Botswana Institute of Chartered Accountants, BCA. 2015, she completed an executive leadership program delivered by a collaboration of the Swedish National Audit Office and the African Organization of English-speaking Supreme Audit Institutions, AFRO-SAI. Ms. Kesandra is a fellow Chartered Certified Accountant with extensive knowledge in financial management and oversight. Her career spans 26 years in financial management, audit and oversight fields in both government and state-owned enterprises. Some key positions she has held in her service span include Senior Assistant Auditor General and also the Auditor General, Finance Manager at National Food Technology Research Center, Supervisor of Corporate Accounts at Bank of Botswana, Internal Auditor at Bank of Botswana, Senior Assistant Clerk at the National Assembly of Botswana. She recently served as Deputy Permanent Secretary, Finance and Development in the Ministry of Child Welfare and Basic Education. Honourable members, please join me in welcoming Mayor Helen Sandra. Honourable members, I need receipt of an apology. Honorable Muswani is attending an international event, official event in New York. He will not be with us. I'm in possession of also a sick leave for the Minister of Land and Agriculture, Honorable Dr. Makazi Chimumbi. Let me appeal to you, honorable members, to keep him in your prayers. Honorable members, let us now start our business of today with testing of a paper. I understand that the Minister of Finance has a paper to take. Honorable Minister, Vice President.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to table the financial statements, tables, and estimates of the Consolidated and Development Funds Revenues 2025-2026.
Click.
Presentation of the government bill.
Honourable members, I understand that the Minister of Finance has a bill to present.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to present the Appropriation 2025-2026 Bill, 2025 Bill number 2 of 2025 for the first time.
Let the bill be read at this time.
Appropriation 2025-2026 Bill 2025 Bill number 2 of 2025 first reading.
One for second reading, Honourable Minister.
Forthwith, Mr. Speaker.
Click.
Notice of motions and orders of the day. Appropriation 2025-2026 Bill 2025, Bill number 2 of 2025, second reading.
Order, honourable members. Honourable members, the question is that the appropriation 2025-2026 Bill 2025 be read a second time. Honourable members, I will now call upon the Minister of Finance and His Honour the Vice President to present the budget speech. Let me indicate that, honourable members, the Minister shall not be interrupted in his presentation. The same with Leader of Opposition on Wednesday. I thought I should mention that let him flow with his speech. Your Honour the Vice President, you may approach the podium.
Mr. Speaker, allow me to present to the National Assembly the budget proposals for 2025-26 financial year. The 2025-26 financial year carries a particular significance as it marks the inaugural budget of the 30th Parliament, led by a new administration committed to transformation and placing citizens at the heart of its agenda. The upcoming financial year also heralds the dawn of the 12th National Development Plan, NDP 12. Mr. Speaker, it is therefore with a deep sense of responsibility and humility that I rise to deliver my first budget speech as Minister of Finance under the new government. This moment resonates with profound personal meaning as I stand at this podium, a space filled with the echoes of those who have come before me, entrusted with the sacred duty of steering our nation's economic destiny. Mr. Speaker, permit me a moment of solemn acknowledgement of all former ministers of finance for their contributions and their service. And in a special way, I wish to recognize 3 of these distinguished leaders who not only held this vital portfolio, but also served as my personal mentors, being the 2 former presidents, Sir Kitumile Masire and President Festus Mogae, as well as my late father, Balezi Gaolatlhe. Their guidance and example continue to inspire my own sense of duty and responsibility. And under the mantle of the new administration of the new Botswana, led by President Advocate Duma Gideon Boko, I find myself deeply humbled to carry forward a collective legacy that transcends individuals and speaks to an enduring trust and hope of a nation. Mr. Speaker, the moment that our nation now finds itself is eloquently captured in Letzi Tole's adaptation of Lao Tzu's corpus, and I quote, "If you march to the beat of your heart and dance to the rhythm of your own song, you will dance dances that no one has ever danced before, and you will sing songs that no one has ever heard before." Mr. Speaker, here and now, more than 58 years since the founders of our republic first took office and experimented with a modern democratic system, can our nation confidently pronounce that we as a nation have passed the first real test of our experiment. that ours is a system of the people, for the people, by the people. Mr. Speaker, this past spring, swaths of our citizens, men and women of diverse social and cultural backgrounds, joined long queues in the scorching sun of our arid circumstances to cast a ballot to decide on whether to retain the old party that had until then led our nation or elect a new government. This generation, young and old, united in spirit to claim something new, something special, a path of hope that we can all call our own. Behold, something new is taking root, something special, a government that belongs to the people, a government of the people, the government for the people. Mr. Speaker, this is our government, all of us. We must build our own nation together in our own way. We must build our economy together in our own way. We must rise and fall together in our own way. We must dance the dances that no one has ever seen and sing the songs together that no one has ever heard. Mr. Speaker, in the course of the preparation of the 2025-26 budget, we consulted different stakeholders, and in the process, I discovered a profound truth, that the men and women of this country, young and old, possess a clear vision of the steps necessary to propel this nation forward. The collective wisdom of our people shines brightly, illuminating the path we must tread to achieve greater heights and realize our shared aspirations. To those of us with the privilege to lead, we are no more than painters on an assignment to paint a canvas, transcribing a vision of the people into reality. This assignment must pursue in its own way, and like a dance never danced before and a song that never has been sung before. Mr. Speaker, we have a collective responsibility to not only chart a course for our nation's economic recovery, but also restore the trust and faith that our people have in their government. The new Botswana is determined to become the best managed country on the African continent, a paragon of unity, of fairness, and prosperity on the African continent. Mr. Speaker, I stand by my December 24 Parliament statement on public finances. I quote, "The state of our public finances by any standards is in an undesirable place," close quote. I highlighted the economy's severe fiscal constraints, our declining government revenues, as well as our slow and jobless growth. To be clear, we inherited a government machinery plagued by deeply entrenched systemic inefficiencies that have crippled progress and development. Mr. Speaker, it is no secret that the realities of our times are heart-wrenching. There is a persisting unemployment crisis, with many graduates failing to secure meaningful occupations for years upon years. Even many of the citizens that are employed work without much pay and often under stringent conditions. And despite our collective resources, abject poverty continues to ravage in both the ghettos and the forgotten places of our nation. We are almost like that nation which Dickens describes. I quote, "We had everything before us. We had nothing before us," close quote. Mr. Speaker, our country is regressing on many fronts, including health and education outcomes. Corruption has become endemic with all its corrosive and cancerous manifestations, an impediment to the achievement of the lofty goals of our people. Yet, despite this bleak picture, Mr. Speaker, I have a hope. I have hope. I have a hope in me, a hope that is rising like a phoenix. Mr. Speaker, we in the new Botswana have the hope that collectively we will turn the tide. Mr. Speaker, the new administration has established a dedicated Ministry of Youth and Gender Affairs, in part to ensure that the gender portfolio receives the attention that it deserves. This is a response to a national outcry sparked by persistent gender inequalities that prevail in our society, that hinders inclusive socio-economic development and the full enjoyment of human rights. Mr. Speaker, the phenomena of gender-based violence here in Botswana is a blight against which we must now all commit. Our dikhosi in particular have pledged to play a key role to assist, galvanize all our citizens and stakeholders towards building a nation that possesses the character of balance and fairness. This administration intends to intensify efforts for gender mainstreaming across all sectors, across all institutions, and institutionalize gender-responsive budgeting to ensure that priority areas such as GBV are addressed through adequate resourcing. Mr. Speaker, the growing occurrence and escalating severity of natural disasters and pandemics serve as a stark reminder that these challenges are no longer exceptions, but have become an enduring reality of our time. Natural disasters damage property and infrastructure. They disrupt lives, they fracture communities, and leave families grappling with loss and uncertainty. The frequency and quantum of natural disasters pose a new and pronounced risk that threatens our social and economic gains. In a sense, natural disasters are the new normal. For this reason, the administration is reviewing the National Policy on Disaster Management of 1996 to ensure alignment with emerging challenges and best practices. The draft policy is expected to be brought to Parliament before the end of the financial year 25-26. Mr. Speaker, in recent years, there has been a surge in the misuse of public office for personal gain. This is evident in our deteriorating scores on the Corruption Perceptions Index. The data shows that our ratings declined from a score of 6.5 in 2012 to 6.1 in 2019. And most recent figures show a further drop and significant decline in rankings in space of 1 year, from a score of 6 in 2022 to 5.9 in 2023. Mr. Speaker, this culture of corruption, if left unattended, is certain to derail and undermine all efforts to build an inclusive and deep economy. If we fail to combine forces as a people, as government and as leaders, this culture of corruption, we are certain to fail as a nation. We will fail in the delivery of essential services that improve the quality of lives for our people if we do not stand up and stand together against this corruption. Mr. Speaker, our conviction is that a corruption-free culture will save us not $1 billion, but billions of pulas every year. This is why an array of efforts are already underway to review our current procurement model, enhance transparency in our system, support the free press, as well as revise and approve the draft National Anti-Corruption Policy. With these initiatives, we hope to protect whistleblowers. We hope to strengthen institutions. We hope to enhance integrity and accountability that so many citizens, more than this country has ever seen before, are coming forward to blow a whistle and to guide on how best to neutralize this culture of corruption. Building an inclusive and deep economy. Mr. Speaker, in order to rebuild this economy, we will implement the required changes through 4 interlinked strategic phases. These 4 phases are: first, we must be halting the financial hemorrhaging in government. And second, we must be stabilizing and preparing for the takeoff. Thirdly, we must be taking the initial tangible steps of change. And finally, we should be building the new Botswana. Phase 1, halting the financial hemorrhaging in our government system. Mr. Speaker, in this initial phase of our reform agenda, we will direct our focus towards 3 critical areas, being building government systems, strengthening oversight institutions, and facilitating the private sector and our society. I start with the government systems, building government systems. Mr. Speaker, the state of our public financial management systems, practices, and processes has deteriorated over the years. This ailment is evident in the systems of prioritization of development projects, the systems of procurement, the systems of implementation of potentially game-changing mega projects, the systems for monitoring of projects, the systems for transparent payments, and the systems for informed and fair economic decision-making. This dysfunctionality has contributed, Mr. Speaker, to persistent financial losses in recent years and manifested in a culture of regular supplementary budget requests. Mr. Speaker, to correct this situation, we will in the immediate term repair and restore discipline in the process of supplementary budgets. Going forward, supplementary budget requests, if any, will strictly cater for unforeseen requirements or emergencies, and that any such requests will be catered for by budget cuts in other parts of the existing budget. This approach will ensure that we are not merely diverting taxpayer funds into a black hole, but instead creating tangible value for every pula expended. Mr. Speaker, it has further been observed that there is a failure by some procuring entities to observe public procurement legislation requirements. The government has made an undertaking to ensure timely payment of supplies to protect and nurture local businesses. Mr. Speaker, the new administration is determined to cultivate a new culture, a culture of fairness, a culture of diligence, a culture of agile government, a culture of urgency, a culture of wealth creation, a culture of innovation, a culture of speed, a culture of service, and a culture of collective effort. This new culture has inspired work that has already started around execution and an execution plan towards an initiative to mobilize resources by way of the new efficiency in process within the government system. Mr. Speaker, the Efficiency in Process initiative will drive revenue collection across ministries and departments and agencies by comprehensively overhauling guidelines of fees and levies across government services. We will reconfigure categories of services. We will deploy potent technologies for collection, as well as build capacity and capabilities in the effective offer of these services. Mr. Speaker, we expect that a comprehensively modernized and structured government and local government services ecosystem, including fees for work permits, visas, property taxes, licenses, and a raft of other services, should add significant amounts to our national coffers. The Efficiency in Process initiative, Mr. Speaker, will address existing revenue leakages across all sectors of the economy. Mr. Speaker, examples of these financial leakages include significant amounts owed to local government authorities, which currently stand at more than 700 million in property rates and more than 27 million in service levies. Mr. Speaker, their revenue collection remains inefficient, with an average collection rate of 56% of the target over the 2023, 2024, and 2024 to 2025 financial years. Mr. Speaker, other losses emanate from mismanagement of contracts, including government leasing out of its land and facilities to companies or to private individuals. Further, evidence shows that government collected an average of 119 million over 2022-23 and 23-24 financial years against the 210 million targeted revenues of park entry fees due to unavailability of enablers such as point-of-sale machines, connectivity, and manpower shortages. Mr. Speaker, similarly, government experiences leakages through lapses in controls, resulting in salary overpayments, which for the financial years ending March 21 and 22 recorded more than 27 million on average. The aforementioned Efficiency in Process initiative will address these leakages and drive revenue maximization across MDAs, meaning ministries, departments, and agencies. attend to strengthening of oversight institutions. Mr. Speaker, we are determined that the Public Procurement Regulatory Authority, PPRA, has not been able to fully execute its essential role. And in the new Botswana, we view this institution as a strategic state-owned enterprise with a key role in promoting fairness and transparency in government procurement. We are advancing our plan to strengthen the procurement model. We are also creating seamless access to procurement opportunities through development of the Public Procurement Data Portal. This data portal will serve as a centralized real-time data sharing platform for the management and dissemination of procurement information, ensuring its accessibility to all stakeholders. Mr. Speaker, as part of revitalizing PPRA towards pursuing its legislative mandate, we have already facilitated the commencement of their work, along with other oversight institutions, towards the conduct of a comprehensive audit of the projects under the development manager model, the central medical stores, as well as other infrastructure projects at key state-owned enterprises. These audits will be carried out in 2 phases. The first phase will focus on value for money, and on procurement processes and procedures, as well as on legal compliance. The second phase, Mr. Speaker, will discern the areas that require more specialized financial forensic audit. These audits will become a culture in government and will extend to other oversight bodies, including the Directorate of Corruption and Economic Crime, the Office of Auditor General, Public Enterprises Evaluation and Privatization Agency, and the Botswana Accountancy Oversight Authority. All of this to ensure a robust governance framework that safeguards public resources. Mr. Speaker, the new approach is a response to the procurement practice which by all accounts has been plagued by opaqueness, unfair practice, financial leakages, and signs of systemic corruption. Private sector and society. Mr. Speaker, we are determined to build an economy in which every citizen enjoys fair access to opportunity. The dominance of few players in some industries exposes inefficiencies that stifle competition and innovation. Preliminary evidence indicates that citizens are encountering artificial barriers that impede their access to lucrative sectors such as poultry, automobile, retail, franchising, and distribution businesses as examples. So, Mr. Speaker, they are cumbersome and protracted regulatory processes that continue to create significant delays for businesses, hindering the swift establishment of new enterprises, slowing expansion of existing ones, and stifling innovation. For instance, a supermarket must obtain approximately 6 different licenses, each requiring separate applications at multiple offices. Mr. Speaker, in the new Botswana, we are committed to dismantling these barriers. We are committed to dismantling these barriers and fostering an inclusive environment where ordinary citizens can actively participate and thrive within all industries. As a government rooted in the principle of fairness, we are going to strengthen institutions responsible for licensing and regulatory oversight to address structural and market barriers. Mr. Speaker, government is deeply committed to enhancing consultation with all stakeholders, recognizing the meaningful dialogue and collaboration that is essential for effective policy making. We are open-minded and willing to take guidance on how best to engage. This inclusive approach is necessary to ensure that all our policies are responsive, equitable, and aligned with the needs and aspirations of all sectors of our society. Phase 2 of our work is stabilization and preparation for the takeoff. Mr. Speaker, in this critical phase, our focus is clear. We will lay a firm foundation. We will mend what is broken and ensure that government machinery operates with efficiency, responsiveness, integrity, and is held accountable for all its actions. One of the observed challenges hindering effective execution for change in Botswana is the speed and alignment with which our laws are amended to pave way for effective execution of measures pronounced by the government. Mr. Speaker, we will address this challenge by reviewing the current approach and benchmarking on best practices from countries such as Mauritius. In Mauritius, Mr. Speaker, every year, after the national budget is presented in Parliament, the Finance Miscellaneous Provisions Bill is tabled and as an instrument to, I quote, provide the implementation of measures announced by the government and for matters connected, consequential and incidental thereto, close quote. The essence of the bill, Mr. Speaker, is such that every project, every reform measure would immediately be facilitated by amendment of all the laws that enable that reform to effectively take effect. Mr. Speaker, as the new administration, we have set ourselves a very bold objective of facilitating international investment in mega transformational projects with the potential to create economic value and dilute the country's overdependence on diamonds. We will act decisively to restructure our approach, ensuring a more effective and strategic framework for investment promotion, moving away from the current fragmented approach, which leads to potentially high-impact investors being subject to high level of red tape. Mr. Speaker, as we reimagine our economic landscape and chart the path towards a modern and globally competitive Botswana, we recognize the importance of forging partnerships with investors who share our long-term values and our long-term vision. And to this end, we have started establishing clear requirements and a compliance framework to define the characteristics of an ideal partner and an ideal investor for the new Botswana. We intend to gravitate towards partners who possess specific attributes that the President is passionate about. Attributes that include substantial financial resources and patient capital. We are looking for partners who prioritize long-term investments over quick returns. Partners with deep insight and intellectual property. Partners that share long-term vision that is aligned and aligns seamlessly with Botswana's strategic objectives. Mr. Speaker, by carefully selecting partners according to this framework, we hope to cultivate a dynamic investment landscape that propels our nation towards prosperity while safeguarding our fiscal interests. Mr. Speaker, a landmark achievement was the successful conclusion of negotiations with the BS Group. This resulting in an enhanced rough diamond sales agreement and an extension of the mining licenses beyond 2029. The conclusion of these negotiations within 100 days of this administration goes a long way to rebuilding market confidence and trust in this government's efficiency, in this government's agility, in this government's responsiveness in creating partnerships and doing business environment. This agreement ensures greater value retention for Botswana and strengthens our position as a global leader in the diamond industry. State-owned enterprises. Mr. Speaker, it is high priority in our agenda to ensure value for every pula allocated to our state-owned enterprises. This by transforming them into high-performance organizations, organizations that fully deliver on their mandates. We intend to pay delicate and special attention to our state-owned enterprises, with a view to bring out the best in them and to use them as lever to significantly reduce costs of doing business in the new Botswana. We are also determined to transform our state-owned enterprises into engines of wealth creation for the larger population by reconfiguring and upscaling some of them into becoming truly global players. Our posture also leans towards curtailing gross wastage, duplication that takes place at some of these enterprises. Mr. Speaker, some of these state-owned enterprises have operated without chief executive officers for upwards of 5 years. Some have had no boards, and many operated on partial boards. The neglect and sometimes outright callous mismanagement of these enterprises by political principles has cultivated a culture of wastage and stagnation. We are determined, Mr. Speaker, to fan the embers for a new progressive culture, a culture of good governance, a culture of integrity, a culture of efficiency, a culture of effectiveness, and a culture of excellence. The new government has wasted no time and has already commenced work to revitalize state-owned enterprises based on this clear vision. Mr. Speaker, we are seized with a process to overhaul our power sector's legislative framework, to separate power generation from power transmission, and repurpose the Botswana Power Corporation in light of the changed ecosystem. Mr. Speaker, farmers from across this country have come forward. They have come forward with proposals to reimagine, to refocus, and reposition the Botswana Agricultural Marketing Board in order to drive an effective, enabling model and facilitate equitable and fair market access for all farmers in our country. We will facilitate the repurposing of Botswana Agricultural Marketing Board. Mr. Speaker, we are also determined to stabilize the Botswana Meat Commission, first by putting in place strong management, and later by securing investment partnerships that will revitalize the Commission to become a global player, along other players in the reconfigured meat value chain of the new Botswana. This will allow the BMC to operate competitively in the new meat industry ecosystem. Mr. Speaker, we are proceeding to hoist the Botswana Vaccine Institute to new global heights. The concept of the Botswana Vaccine Institute, a facility and operation that over the years has, in partnership with Mirror of France, mastered the art of research and development of vaccines. They have over the years developed capacity, they have developed capabilities in manufacturing and capabilities in the export of medicines. The time has now come, Mr. Speaker, to fundamentally put to bear these capabilities by significantly scaling up production and possibly augmenting product diversity for export. The work is already ongoing to facilitate this ambition. Our action entails a pursuit of a judicious blend of funding, judicious blend of management and market partnerships, as well as wise collaborations. Mr. Speaker, the manner that our public sector funds enterprises or funds victims of road accidents or funds medical care or funds pensions or provides for social services or caters for people living with disabilities is both inefficient and ineffective. We are probing and considering options for a complete overhaul of our funding model towards a more comprehensive system for a national health insurance and targeted social interventions. The new model will reimagine the current arrangements even at the Citizen Entrepreneurial Development Agency, Motor Vehicle Accident Fund, the BDC, and other institutions. Mr. Speaker, the administration is currently considering proposals for a self-funding mega project, the construction and development of a rail corridor linking Namibia and Botswana's Western Copperbelt region through Ghanzi. Mr. Speaker, our existing rail infrastructure is neither adequate nor up to standard, and even so, not fully utilized or optimized. And for this reason, the new administration is considering options for a rail operational model best suited for our circumstances. All options being considered will require changes to the current legislation on the role of Botswana Railways. Mr. Speaker, we have started a process to persistently facilitate the Botswana Unified Revenue Service, BERS, to unlock its revenue collection potential, aiming to surpass annual average 26 billion collection in non-mineral and non-SACU revenue achieved over the past 5 years. A well-managed and efficient BERS can boost revenues for this country, revenue collection efficiency, by at least 30 to 40% within the next 5 years. Mr. Speaker, we are committed to building a robust financial system that nurtures homegrown financial institutions which may subsequently become multinationals. We will reimagine the role and structure of our state-owned enterprises, financial state-owned enterprises, in which government is a major stakeholder, with consideration given to potential measures in the upcoming financial year. Phase 3, Mr. Speaker, initial tangible steps of change, seeds of diversification, if you like. Mr. Speaker, the level of unemployment, particularly among the youth in our country, is not just a statistic, but a stark reflection of untapped potential and unfulfilled dreams. In the pursuit of immediate impact, we will prioritize the execution of certain low-hanging fruits that hold the potential to generate meaningful employment in the upcoming financial year. Mr. Speaker, Botswana's reliance on diamond revenues has been both a strength and a vulnerability. To secure Botswana's future, we must diversify our economy by expanding key sectors such as tourism, agriculture, manufacturing, energy, information technology, the creative economy, and healthcare. A central pillar of this strategy is the diversification of the mining sector and an aggressive drive for mineral beneficiation. To this end, Kwema Copper Mine in Northwest District, near Tsao, where I was at Tirelo Setšhaba, is embarking on an expansion exercise to ramp up production from the current 60,000 tons of copper to at least 130,000 tons. This expansion is anticipated to increase the labor force from the current 2,000 to 4,000 employees. Another noticeable progress is the Menzi Battery Metals, which has been granted a mining license to exploit battery-grade manganese at Khwakhwe Hills near Kanye, and they are currently finalizing the establishment of the processing plant. Let me say a little bit more about the energy sector, Mr. Speaker, as a key driver of diversification. Mr. Speaker, another important aspect of our diversification drive is the modernization of the power sector, with a strategic shift towards a solar-dominated energy industry. This will be coupled with the unbundling of power generation, transmission, and related services, a move designed to enhance efficiency, competition, and investment in this sector. This approach, Mr. Speaker, will enable Botswana to scale up electricity production to at least 8,000 megawatts within 4 years. laying the foundation for a more sustainable and competitive energy landscape. It is a decisive step towards fulfilling our commitment as the new administration of reducing electricity costs for our people and for business by 30%, easing the financial burden on all our people and businesses alike. Mr. Speaker, beyond domestic benefits, this initiative positions Botswana as a major regional electricity exporter, strengthening our economic resilience and regional influence. A stable, cost-effective power supply will not only attract investment, but also enhance Botswana's appeal as a thriving hub for business and a desirable place to live in. Mr. Speaker, to cater for the national baseload power requirements, a 600 megawatts Jindal coal-fired power plant and Mamabula has already commenced construction of the pre-project's activities. Other projects which are still under procurement are 200 megawatts concentrated solar power in Maung, 100 megawatts solar PV in Jwaneng, 100 megawatts solar PV, and 100 megawatts wind power in Letlhakane. These projects are expected to create business opportunities and jobs for our people, as well as reduce energy costs in the long run, making energy more accessible and affordable for all our people. Mr. Speaker, maybe let me say a little bit about execution of mega projects. This is a must for true transformation. Mr. Speaker, for years, Botswana has faced significant challenges in executing mega infrastructure projects, largely due to lack of technical and operational capacity. In some cases, questionable contract awards, inflated costs, and poor oversight have raised concerns about corrupt practices and mismanagement, further compounding the infrastructure deficit. The new government is intensifying efforts to bridge Botswana's critical infrastructure gaps by ramping up capacity to mechanize and execute mega projects such as rail, road networks, power and water, information and communication technology infrastructure. I am pleased to inform you that in the coming financial year, we will commence execution of meticulously structured mega infrastructure projects. Crafted in collaboration with reputable global investors, including strategic and game-changing projects such as the Chobe-Zambezi Water Transfer Scheme. This project has the potential to enhance water security, job creation, agricultural expansion, food security, and drive industrial growth, among many other things. Mr. Speaker, I would like to say a little bit about housing. Mr. Speaker, the government of Botswana reaffirms its commitment to ensuring access to shelter as a fundamental human right. The government is reimagining the current low-income housing program in order to destigmatize and align it to national priorities. The reimagined program will reflect government's focus on inclusivity and its commitment to providing dignified living conditions for all our people. Additionally, the program will be revamped to modernize housing designs, ensuring that they are in line with current trends and best practices in the housing sector. Mr. Speaker, in addition, the Botswana Savings Bank is preparing to launch a proof of concept designed to give opportunity to an ordinary Botswana who owns land but lacks the means to develop it. This initiative forms part of our broader commitment to construct 100,000 housing units within the new government's 5-year term, ensuring that more citizens have access to quality housing. From the security guard to the roadside vendor, the bus conductor, the headsman, the overburdened breadwinner, it opens doors to home ownership that once seemed out of reach. Through this initiative, they can secure a loan, attract a reliable talent, access professional construction services, and eventually own a valuable asset. At its heart, this program reflects a deeper philosophy that every individual, no matter their situation in life, deserves the dignity of a home and the opportunity to build a future. By removing barriers to housing, the government seeks to turn dreams into reality, creating a society where hope is not a privilege, but a shared promise. Let me talk a little bit about the new Botswana Phase 4, Mr. Speaker. Sovereign Wealth Fund. Mr. Speaker, we are committed to ensuring long-term macroeconomic stability and fostering intergenerational equity by preserving sufficient assets and wealth for future generations. To achieve this, we will redesign our macroeconomic policy framework to safeguard the needs of future generations by ensuring that they benefit from our natural resource wealth. Efforts are already underway to create a newly fully fledged sovereign wealth fund of Botswana. This fund will invest in sustainable domestic and foreign assets across various industries, thereby transforming resource wealth into financial wealth. The fund will help cushion against unforeseen disasters, as well as create wealth for current and future generations. The fund will also enable future generations to have a foundation to realize their own ambitions. Mr. Speaker, let me say a little bit about what we call National Fund of Funds. Mr. Speaker, the traditional brick-and-mortar model of tying institutions directly to funding has long passed its sell-by date. In the new Botswana, we will explore and reimagine the role of SEDA and Botswana Development Corporation with the possibility of creating what we call National Fund of Funds. This fund of funds will enable us to design, modernize, and high-impact investment models to allocate resources strategically, targeting priority sectors in line with our national development objectives, and also allowing disruptors and innovators, including in the creative industry, access to funding. This initiative will mark a significant shift in our approach to economic development, fostering an environment where entrepreneurship thrives and where our investments yield maximum returns in terms of job creation, growth, and innovation. I will say a little bit, Mr. Speaker, about the creative industry. Mr. Speaker, The creative industry is a driver of economic growth, is a driver of social preservation and social transformation. It also has the power to generate employment. It has the power to foster innovation, the power to project our distinct identity as the people of Botswana. And to fully unlock this potential, the potential of this industry, we must optimize the entire ecosystem, including exploring the possibility of enabling legislation that enables creatives to monetize the digital space. Mr. Speaker, in addition to demonstrate our commitment to developing the industry, we will, through the proposed national funds of funds, ensure that the unique dynamics of the creative industry are considered when allocating resources, guaranteeing the industry is adequately resourced. Mr. Speaker, Botswana possesses a rich, a compelling tradition of song, of poetry, of dress, of storytelling, of dance, of design, of painting, of art, of craftsmanship, of rhetoric, of beading, of comedy, and of performance. Our land, the beautiful land of Botswana, is a theater, it's a stage upon which to watch the most beautiful sunrises, the most beautiful sunsets, the birds, the herons, the egrets. In the modern day Botswana, we are home to the finest soloists, the finest DJs, the finest recording artists, the finest filmmakers, the finest actors. They walk in the footsteps of our literary giants, Ratsies Tlaku, Bonatseho Mokane, LD Raditladi, and now Moroka Moreri the Great. The time has come, the time is now, to embed our indigenous creativity in our entire national life and export our culture through film, through jewelry, through art, and through performance. We should build the infrastructure to facilitate this. We will do this, and we will do the same for the sports and sports development, including carving partnerships for the incorporation of sport academies in our education system. We are proud of Litsile Tebogo and many sports giants of today and many sports giants that will be created in the new Botswana. Research and development. Mr. Speaker, research and development will play a key role in the new Botswana. The current approach to research and development lacks oversight, coordination, and monitoring. We will direct our efforts towards building the research ecosystem and strengthening coordination of the national research agenda. The government will continue to support ongoing research on areas such as climate change, energy, natural resources, genomics, foods, and materials. Planned research and development project areas for the 2025-26 financial year include advancements in manufacturing and artificial intelligence. I will turn to transforming the agricultural sector. Mr. Speaker, the new government is committed to a bold and transformative agricultural strategy geared towards optimal land use, enhancing labor productivity, food security, and high-value agriculture, driven by adoption of technology and forging domestic and export competitiveness. We will strengthen agriculture's linkages with key sectors such as manufacturing to create value-added opportunities. A major shift in our approach, Mr. Speaker, will be the revamping of agricultural subsidy system, moving away from supporting inputs to incentivizing higher output and productivity. A top priority will be to develop a comprehensive agricultural financing strategy to improve access to capital for farmers and agri-businesses. Furthermore, we will focus on developing a robust seed production industry to reduce reliance on imports. We will also focus on establishing an organic fertilizer industry, reducing dependency on costly imports. Mr. Speaker, we will also diversify agricultural production by tapping into high potential but untapped subsectors, including hemp production. Our transformation plan will also leverage Botswana's world-class expertise in cattle breeding to enhance genetics for improved beef production, while also accelerating the growth of dairy farming as a high-value sector. Additionally, we'll establish a local commodity trading platform to ensure fair pricing for produce. To support small-scale farmers, we will improve access to supply contracts with large retail chains, an area that has traditionally been difficult to penetrate due to restrictive business practices. And to this end, we are revising the 1991 National Policy on Agriculture Development to align with this new strategic direction. Mr. Speaker, the government recognizes cooperatives and MISEL as powerful vehicles for agricultural transformation, for job creation, for rural development, for poverty reduction, and food security. We will therefore support cooperatives by revamping the institutional and legal framework that build self-reliant entities. I now move to the overview of the second Transitional National Development Plan, its performance. Mr. Speaker, the Transitional National Development Plan entails some projects that require multi-year execution due to their scale and complexity. I would like to highlight that out of the 644 TNDP projects, 11.2% have been completed. Only 11.2%. 40.5% are ongoing at different levels of implementation, while 48.3% have not yet started. National Development Plan 12. Mr. Speaker, a decision has been made to extend the Transitional National Development Plan by 4 months to end of July 2025, following ratification by Parliament. This extension will provide an opportunity for further consultations on NDP 12 in order to adequately infuse the vision of the new administration. Furthermore, the extension will allow the guidance by governance structures including the Advisory Council of the National Planning Commission, which had previously not been in place. Therefore, the draft plan will be presented in this Parliament for approval in July 2025. National priorities for financial year 25-26. Mr. Speaker, the government has identified key strategic priorities to propel us towards fulfilling commitments of the new Botswana geared towards rapid and inclusive economic growth and achieving a socially equitable development that benefit all Botswana. Mr. Speaker, the state of our road networks, rail, power, water, and sewage infrastructure is not adequate to facilitate our vision of building a deep and inclusive economy. And as I talk about modernizing and transforming infrastructure, we realize that the absence of adequate infrastructure to support modern agriculture, coupled with a lack of world-class airports, presents a significant barrier to our ambition of becoming a regional logistics hub. Furthermore, critical social infrastructure such as schools, healthcare, facilities, and housing is underdeveloped in many areas, particularly in rural and remote areas. There is a critical need to upgrade and expand our infrastructure ecosystem to unlock vast economic opportunities and, in so doing, enhance the quality of life for a greater number of our citizens. Mr. Speaker, a development budget of 11.5 billion is proposed to fund infrastructure development projects. I must, however, indicate that modernizing and transforming our infrastructure cannot be achieved in one financial year, as it is a process that needs time and resources. And in this regard, leveraging public-private partnerships will play a pivotal role in mobilizing resources needed to accelerate this agenda and deliver projects effectively. Mr. Speaker, the government is advanced on creating a legal framework for better management of PPP projects. The draft bill on PPPs is expected to be finalized and presented for consideration by Parliament during 2025-26 financial year. Once it comes into effect, it will foster a strong private sector partnership and provide a platform for domestic and international consortia to optimize the full benefit of the PPP delivery model. This will reduce the fiscal strain on the government budget and improve our growth investment nexus. Mr. Speaker, solar energy presents a remarkable opportunity for our country. Our nation has abundant sunshine throughout the year. Botswana is ideally suited to harness this clean and sustainable resource to power our households, industries, and communities. Mr. Speaker, Botswana continues to make significant progress to strengthen cooperation in pursuit of regional integration and enhancing her presence in the air and aviation space. To this end, we continue to sign bilateral air service agreements with neighboring countries with a clear intention to improve connectivity. Mr. Speaker, the more accessible and seamless our air travel experience is, the more attractive our country becomes to international visitors. The government is actively pursuing strategic partnerships with regional and international airlines to establish more direct routes linking Botswana to key global tourism markets. In this effort, the Civil Aviation Authority of Botswana, in collaboration with Botswana Investment and Trade Center, the Hospitality and Tourism Association of Botswana, the Botswana Tourism Organization, Business Botswana, and Travel Agents Association of Botswana, is making significant progress in attracting long-haul airlines to our country. Mr. Speaker, as a result of these efforts, 2 new international routes have been introduced through the operations of Ethiopian Airlines and Fly Namibia. Improving quality of life. Mr. Speaker, a development budget of 9.81 billion is proposed for this priority, which includes strengthening human capital development, modernizing our education and healthcare systems, supporting vulnerable groups, as well as availing economic opportunities to ensure long-term prosperity and equality for all. Human capital development. Mr. Speaker, it is not a secret that we spend more on education and health than in any other sector. Over the last 4 financial years, from 2020-21 to 2023-24, the country spent on average 22% and 14% of total expenditure on education and health sectors respectively. However, we have not realized the full return on investment, which is testament to a rooted structural problem. Mr. Speaker, local institutions have produced graduates, often in areas not consistent with industry needs, and at a rate faster than our economic absorption capacity. This has contributed to youth unemployment, which currently stands at 38.4% in the first quarter of 2024. The importance of technical and vocational education and training, TVET. Mr. Speaker, there is a need to increase excellence of technical and vocational education and training institutions by leveraging on tried and tested TVET models in countries such as South Korea, Germany, and Finland. Statistics show that our TVET institutions are operating below optimal. We will be intentional in this new government in changing the current picture to build an economy with TVET at its heart. This requires us to change our people's perception of TVET institutions. It requires us to improve access and equity and quality and relevance of the programs to market needs. We are developing a robust technical and vocational education and training policy with an agenda anchored on various pursuits such as agriculture, jewelry, multimedia, artificial intelligence, sports, and manufacturing. Further, Botswana's transition to underground mining highlights opportunities for TVET skills development. Mr. Speaker, promoting TVET from basic education will therefore amplify opportunities for young people who are not able or not willing to follow the university education pathways. And in this regard, to demonstrate our commitment on the TVET model, we are gradually going to narrow the gap between allowances of students at TVET institutions and those of other tertiary institutions. We will also resource these TVET institutions in terms of infrastructure and qualified lecturers. Mr. Speaker, there is a disparity between our health needs and the capacity of our health system. Challenges such as outdated management systems, poorly maintained infrastructure, shortages of essential medicines, and inadequate staffing persist. Additionally, the government's failure to pay private medical facilities and commodity suppliers has pushed these critical stakeholders to the brink of collapse, further weakening our overall health system. To continue our pursuit of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal number 3 of ensuring healthy lives and promoting well-being of all, we must act urgently. Mr. Speaker, in the short term, we will enhance access to essential medicines, diagnostics, and technologies by restructuring the central medical stores. We will invest in facilities and equipment maintenance. We will prioritize primary health care to reduce dependence on costly tertiary services. We will train health personnel to ensure optimal skills mix that aligns to our needs. We will optimize Seki Tumile Masire Teaching Hospital as a center of excellence for tertiary care and medical training. Enhancing social welfare. Mr. Speaker, the true measure of a society lies in how it cares for its most vulnerable members, reflecting collective humanity and sense of justice. While fiscal constraints limit substantial increases in social welfare programs, we remain resolutely committed to inclusiveness and the well-being of our citizens. With this in mind, we propose, and we did everything we could, searched every pocket we could search. We could only increase, and we are proposing an increase of the old age pension Ndaba allowance from 830 pula to 1,400 effective. Effective from 1st April 2025. Mr. Speaker, consistent with our promises, we are proposing a targeted monthly allowance of 300 for newborn babies until they turn 1 year old. Additionally, we are proposing provision of free sanitary pads to female students, ensuring the dignity and essential needs are upheld across different segments of our population. As our economy regains its strength and our fiscal position improves, we are committed to revisiting social allowances, ensuring that resources are directed where they are most impactful and to the most deserving sections of our society. Mr. Speaker, in the spirit of transparency and fiscal responsibility, the estimated additional financial requirement for these new provisions has been fully accommodated through reprioritization and budget cuts within the existing allocations. Mr. Speaker, given the challenging economic environment, we remain firmly committed to disciplined public finance management. Going forward, our approach will be guided by the principle that any increase in government expenditure must be offset by either a corresponding rise in revenue or reductions elsewhere in the budget. I wish to once again reassure the people of Botswana that this government, led by the courageous advocate Boko, remains fully committed to improving their welfare and delivering on its promises. Our immediate focus is on laying the institutional foundations for a revitalized, modern, deep, and export-driven economy that generates high-paying opportunities for all its citizens. We trust that Botswana will allow us the space to steer this nation towards long-term prosperity, ensuring that any commitments we fulfill are meaningful, lasting, and sustainable. Innovation and digital transformation. Mr. Speaker, our development budget of 1.47 billion is proposed to support innovation and digital transformation. This budget will, among others, fast-track the delivery of the National Digital Transformation Strategy, Smart Bots, with a view to accelerate digital transformation across government, the economy, and society at large. Mr. Speaker, in order to achieve this initiative, government aims to close the connectivity gap across the country through implementation of the Village Connectivity Program. To this end, phases 2, 3, and 4 of the Village Connectivity Program, that is connecting over 1,000 public facilities across different villages, will be completed during 25-26 financial year. Mr. Speaker, during 2025-26 financial year, government will connect 500 schools to the internet. Government will expand the connectivity of private research and education institutions through Botswana Research and Education Network. And government will roll out the digital competency framework aimed at building digital literacy. Mr. Speaker, in our efforts to diversify the economy and transition to an innovation, knowledge, export-inspired economy, the Botswana government has entered into a 5-year collaboration with the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. This partnership aims to drive development of innovation-driven enterprises. Under this agreement, MIT, Massachusetts Institute of Technology, will work with the Botswana University of Science and Technology, BUST, the Botswana Digital and Innovation Hub, and other entities to create programs that will strategically transform Botswana's entrepreneurial ecosystem. Mr. Speaker, the program was launched in November 24, and by its conclusion, we expect to have established a vibrant innovation ecosystem that fosters an enabling environment for both current and future generations of entrepreneurs to thrive. Mr. Speaker, the Bank of Botswana is at an advanced stage of digitalizing government revenue collection. This project, once fully operational, will eliminate challenges associated with cash handling and reconciliation concerning government accounts. In alignment with the National Digital Transformation Strategy, it will also expedite digital adaptation within the government sector and among users of government services. Some of the benefits to be derived relate to increased efficiency, reduced manual intervention, and facilitation of real-time processing of government transactions. Mr. Speaker, Botswana continues to make strides in modernizing its financial infrastructure with the establishment of the ongoing National Retail Payments Switch, NRPS. This, Mr. Speaker, represents a significant step towards enhancing Botswana's payment systems, contributing to economic transformation, as well as aligning with national and regional financial inclusion goals. This transformative initiative is central to the country's efforts and commitment to leveraging technology for sustainable development and economic inclusion. Mr. Speaker, the interoperable RPS, interoperable meaning able to talk to each other, will enable real-time, seamless interconnectivity among banks, mobile money providers, and other financial institutions. The system is designed to lower transaction costs, improve access to financial services, and support digital payments adoption. Supporting a private sector export-led growth. Mr. Speaker, the new administration is fully committed to advancing an export-led growth model. A development budget of 0.93 billion will be proposed to support this agenda. Integral to this priority is unlocking global value chain opportunities for export markets. Mr. Speaker, we are determined to attract quality investments. And in this regard, government has completed the feasibility study on the establishment of commercial dispute resolution framework. Botswana currently has no court specially dedicated to resolving commercial disputes, and it takes an average of 660 days to resolve a commercial case. We will establish commercial courts to reduce turnaround time and resolve commercial cases in the 2025-26 financial year. Feasibility studies are in place to inform the administration's review of the Arbitration Act of 1959 during the 25-26 financial year and to address the challenges identified. Mr. Speaker, the World Bank released their Business Ready report in October 2024. The report, which replaces the flagship Doing Business report, assessed 50 economies on regulatory framework, public service, and operational efficiency. This report highlights that Botswana performs moderately well in regulatory frameworks and operational efficiency, but identifies shortcomings in public service delivery, particularly e-services, as barriers to developing a robust private sector. And to address these challenges, the new administration is making significant progress in digitizing the work and residence permit system with the new digital platform, expected to go live before end of the current financial year. Mr. Speaker, the World Bank's Business Readiness Report of 24 identifies shortcomings in public service delivery, particularly e-services, as barriers to developing a robust private sector. We are working to digitize and improve processes to make it possible to do business more freely and easier in the new Botswana. Macroeconomic performance and outlook, the global economy. Mr. Speaker, the global economy has faced a series of shocks which have limited growth potential and prolonged recovery across most economic jurisdictions. The January 2025 World Economic Outlook update of the International Monetary Fund estimates global growth at 3.2% and 3.3% in 2024 and 2025, respectively. Among the major drivers of this growth are advanced countries, which are estimated to grow by 1.7% in 2024 and 1.9% in 2025. Growth in emerging markets and developing economies is expected to remain broadly unchanged at 4.2% in both 2024 and 2025. The sub-Saharan region is expected to grow by 3.8% in 2024, before picking up to 4.2% in 2025, while the SADC region is expected to grow by 2.5% in 2024 and 3.3% in 2025. This projected growth might be revised downwards if global risks heighten. The domestic economy. Mr. Speaker, consistent with global economic developments, the domestic performance remains subdued, directly impacted by the slump in the diamond market. And as a result, we find ourselves in a very tight fiscal place. Mr. Speaker, the economy grew by 3.2% in 23 compared to 5.5% in 22, reflecting lower than expected global demand for diamonds. In 2024, the domestic economy actually declined. It declined by 3.3% during the first 3 quarters of the year, compared to positive growth of 3.5% in the same period in 2023. The decline in GDP, Mr. Speaker, is attributable to 22.9% and 44.1% contraction in mining and diamond traders sectors, respectively. The non-mining sector grew on average by 4.2% in the first 3 quarters of 24, somewhat cushioning the economy, the domestic economy, against what would have been a much more significant decline. Our latest estimates project the domestic economy at minus 3.1% in 2024. In 2025, the economy is projected to grow below its potential at 3.3%. This growth outlook is premised on recovery of the diamond industry, which is expected in the latter part of 2025, and continued positive sentiments in the non-diamond mining sectors. Inflation. Mr. Speaker, inflation has significantly declined from its record high experienced in 2022. As at December 24, the inflation rate stood at 1.7% lower than 3.5% in December 23. Inflation is expected to remain within the objective range of 3 to 6% in the medium term, thereby ensuring price stability. Monetary policy rate. Mr. Speaker, monetary policy was conducted in the context of projected low inflation, which during 2024 trended within the medium-term inflation objective of 3 to 6%. This, Mr. Speaker, provided scope for maintenance of an accommodative monetary policy. Therefore, the Bank of Botswana maintained a monetary policy rate of 1.9% in 2024 and reduced the primary reserve requirement from 2.5% to 0.0% in December 2024 in order to address structural liquidity shortages and stimulate economic activity. The external sector and foreign exchange reserves. Mr. Speaker, the country has experienced a significant decline in foreign exchange reserves from a peak of 84.9 billion pula in December 2015 to 56.6 billion pula as of the end of 2024. The decline was mainly a reflection of the developments in the current account, largely driven by the diamond market. The current account balance recorded a deficit of 13.2 billion in the 9 months to September 2024, a significant deterioration from a surplus of 6.3 billion during the same period in 2015. Mr. Speaker, while the current level of foreign exchange reserves is above the international benchmark of about 3 months, it remains a major concern for this administration. To contextualize this, it means that with a sudden stop of capital inflow, Botswana will only be able to import all its non-diamond goods and services for only 7 months. This is low by our historical standards. However, it is worth noting that out of the 53.6 billion worth of foreign exchange reserves, government portion amounts to a disappointing low of 2 billion pula. This is worrisome, Mr. Speaker, and calls for significant belt tightening across all ministries and all state-owned enterprises. Risks to the macro-fiscal outlook. Mr. Speaker, our macroeconomic environment remains uncertain and subject to significant downward risks. The risk of intensified geopolitical tensions, climate shocks, and global trade fragmentation, driven by escalating tariff disputes between major economies such as China and the United States and the Eurozone, is also imminent. These, coupled with emerging risks of a new virus in China, could exacerbate supply chain disruptions, destabilize global capital flows, dampen prospects for recovery in China, which is a major consumer of our diamonds. Mr. Speaker, if this virus is not successfully contained, it could significantly affect trade and supply chains, derail growth and economic recovery, especially in countries with limited shock absorbers and lower buffers such as Botswana. Supply chains could also be disrupted by potential escalation of global trade wars, such as the one we see between the United States and Canada, reigniting commodity price shocks and triggering inflation pressures, requiring tight monetary policy responses. Mr. Speaker, at a time when our fiscal buffers are depleted, any global crisis, akin to the 2008-09 financial crisis or COVID-19 pandemic will be very difficult to manage. And in the context of macroeconomic stability and rebuilding buffers, not only will this compromise the already dire situation, but it will also compromise the ability to implement agile policy interventions needed to strengthen resilience and improve competitiveness and achieve export-led growth, among others. Mr. Speaker, domestically, the main risks continue to stem from difficulties in the diamond sector. The materialization of this risk could disrupt Botswana's economic growth trajectory and government spending plan. Mr. Speaker, continuous deviations from fiscal consolidation plans while maintaining high levels of spending without due consideration of the uncertain prospects in revenue streams compromises our fiscal sustainability. Specifically, delays in fiscal consolidation threaten government's ability to rebuild fiscal buffers or to reduce the flexibility to respond to future economic shocks and increase the likelihood of sovereign credit rating downgrade. Mr. Speaker, with the limited options to draw from government savings, this puts pressure on public finances and increases the risk of debt distress. Policy intervention, therefore, needs to be steadfast and restoring fiscal discipline, and more importantly, rebuilding our buffers. Mr. Speaker, other risks to the macro-fiscal profile include climate-related challenges, such as extreme weather events, SOE risk due to fragmented institutional oversight and reporting arrangements, the under-execution of development budget, the ongoing challenges in our utilities industries, particularly water supply challenges in remote areas, and lower than expected energy supply due to recurring defects and maintenance works at Murupule Power B station, and inadequate capacity to appraise, prioritize, monitor, and evaluate development projects. These challenges have the potential to disrupt business operations with negative implications on overall economic growth. However, we are determined to put in place an effective management strategy of these risks to safeguard our fiscal sustainability and ensure the resilience against unforeseen shocks. Fiscal strategy. Mr. Speaker, any delays in restoring fiscal sustainability, fiscal consolidation, or delays in strengthening fiscal discipline undermine future intergenerational equity. Such delays also reduce the capacity to accumulate fiscal buffers and limit government's ability to respond effectively to socio-economic shocks. Mr. Speaker, fiscal buffers are what cushioned the nation during the global financial crisis of 2008-2009 and during the COVID-19 pandemic. We survived both occurrences because of healthy balances. When the financial crisis hit, the balance on the government investment account, GIA, stood at 30.5 billion, and the total foreign exchange reserves were 68.6 billion, Likewise, when the first case of COVID-19 was reported in Botswana, foreign exchange reserves were 65.3 billion, while GIA stood at 18.3 billion. Today, as I stand before you, both the foreign exchange reserves and the GIA are at historical low levels and fast declining. On the other hand, the government's financial position has also been deteriorating as financial buffers are down and debt accumulated. Mr. Speaker, the government's net financial assets has fallen by more than 50% of GDP, from 31% of GDP in 2008-2009 to minus 24% of GDP by the end of November 2024. Mr. Speaker, this trend is unsustainable and is questionable from an intergenerational perspective, as it means we are consuming assets now rather than preserving these for future generations. We are determined to turn around these circumstances. And yes, we will turn around these circumstances. As an urgent response, I wish to reassure the people of Botswana that the new government remains resolute in committing to fiscal consolidation plans and rebuilding buffers. Our fiscal strategy hinges on effective revenue maximization, public expenditure efficiency, and implementation of a robust debt management strategy. Review of tax legislation, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the comprehensive review of tax legislation is progressing well and is now at an advanced stage. This initiative aims to modernize and simplify our tax laws, ensuring that our tax framework remains robust, efficient, and aligned with current economic realities. I am pleased to announce that we intend to present 3 bills to this honorable House during the 2025-26 financial year. We intend to enact a new Tax Administration Act which aims to harmonize tax rules in value-added tax and income tax acts, reduce compliance time for taxpayers, and eliminate duplication in filing and paying of taxes. We will repeal and reenact the VAT Act to modernize and broaden its scope to encompass modern business practices. The plan is also to repeal and reenact the Income Tax Act to consolidate and modernize the way we address global business trends and international tax issues. Revenue maximization, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we are determined to effectively generate, manage, and optimize financial resources. We will optimize existing revenue streams, broaden our tax base, and minimize inefficiencies and leakages in our system. Mr. Speaker, allow me to provide an update on some revenue maximization initiatives implemented by BRS. I must, however, indicate that the implementation of these initiatives relies on the completion of our intended comprehensive tax legislation review. First is the introduction of VAT on digital trade. The project aims to broaden VAT tax base within the rapidly growing digital economy and also seeks to promote fair taxation by ensuring a level playing field where both traditional and digital businesses are subject to the same tax obligations. The project is anticipated to be completed by September 2025. And second is developing the electronic VAT invoicing solution as part of improving revenue collection efficiency. This project will enable real-time tracking of VAT transactions, benefiting both businesses and BRS by enhancing compliance and ensuring accurate reporting. The planned completion date for this project is March 2026. Third, the development of a fiscal marking and monitoring solution, commonly known as track and trace, to enforce compliance, curb illicit trade in excisable goods, and safeguard government revenue. This solution aims to ensure compliance with excise regulations while minimizing disruptions to legitimate business activities and safeguarding consumers from illicit goods. The project will be completed by September 2025. Mr. Speaker, to further improve compliance and revenue collection, inspections on imported goods to enhance compliance at ports of entry have been intensified. Mr. Speaker, we are concerned with the bottlenecks that exist at Martin's Drift and Tlokwe border gates, and at how these bottlenecks are an impediment to smooth regional trade. We are in conversation with the South African authorities and hope to find long-lasting solutions. Mr. Speaker, the construction of facilities at Pioneer Gate is well underway and is expected to be fully completed by end of February 2025. These developments aim to facilitate smoother trade and enhance economic ties between Botswana and its neighboring countries. Mr. Speaker, to enhance our economic or our domestic resource mobilization, we propose a 1.5% increase for both the corporate tax and the last bracket of the personal income tax, the top earners. Even with this adjustment, Botswana's tax rates will remain among the lowest in the region. Currently, Botswana's tax to GDP ratio stands approximately 13%, below the African average of 16% and the SACU average of 20%. Mr. Speaker, to complement these measures, we will strengthen the capacity of BERS by investing in technology-driven solutions to improve efficiency, enhance compliance, and facilitate seamless online tax collections. These efforts are essential in ensuring a more robust and sustainable revenue base to support national development. Further, to facilitate trade and align to regional and international best practices, Botswana has requested for assistance from the World Customs Organization and the European Union Africa to automate advanced ruling program for the Botswana Unified Revenue Service. Advanced ruling allows the taxpayer to make a pre-arrangement with BERS regarding classification, applicable duty rates, including finding out if there are any preferential tax treatment for country of origin for the goods. Mr. Speaker, this gives the taxpayer some level of certainty on the would-be applicable duties on the goods to be imported and their treatment thereof. As a result, advanced rulings by nature are binding and promote harmonization and standardization of national treatment of goods passing through our ports of entry. This also goes a long way in assisting traders with their cash flow management. Public expenditure efficiency. We are working gradually, Mr. Speaker, to reduce financial support to commercial state-owned enterprises and local authorities. We will work with local authorities to adopt proactive approaches to maximize and diversify their revenue streams. We will encourage local authorities to enhance their own financial independence via innovative avenues such as public-private partnerships, income-generating asset investments, and local resource development. Stable and financially independent local authorities are better positioned to boost economic activity within communities and enhance service delivery, ensuring that the needs of our citizens are met effectively. The public finance management reforms. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Finance is at the forefront of public finance management reforms, which form a vital component of broader public reforms. The new administration is committed to strengthening the implementation of these reforms to ensure responsible management of public funds by establishing clear, consistent rules and procedures for budgeting, for spending, and for reporting. These reforms, Mr. Speaker, are essential for improving the efficiency, accountability, and transparency of government financial operations. The strategic focus of the reforms will center on 5 key areas: national budgeting, public investment management, revenue generation, public procurement, and accounting and reporting. By streamlining the PFM reforms program, we aim to achieve greater precision, optimize economic outcomes, and minimize opportunities for corruption and mismanagement, which undermine public trust in government institutions. In this regard, Mr. Speaker, I wish to share with this House some of the cost containment and revenue maximization initiatives that are being inspired by these reforms. We will push at scale the maintenance of buildings by our brigades. We will install both water and electricity meters in all BDF camps, police camps, and prisons, and as well as in their institutional houses to reduce subsidies. We will install underground water harvesting systems at the mass media complex and the Attorney General's chambers. We will value residential, commercial, and industrial properties at the local authorities and reintroduce express service for the production of national passports, to name just a few. Mr. Speaker, let me talk a little bit about debt management. Mr. Speaker, as at December 2024, total public debt, including sovereign guarantees, amounted to 17.01 billion pula. This consisted of 44.53 billion in domestic debt and 26.47 billion in external debt. Total public debt as a proportion of GDP is estimated as 25.75%, which is within the statutory threshold of 40%. However, this could worsen if the fiscal deficit persists into the medium term, increasing the risk of sovereign debt distress. Mr. Speaker, our 3-year medium-term debt strategy gives prominence to domestic resource mobilization away from external borrowing through issuance of government securities under government bond issuance program of 55 billion. The strategy was motivated by the need to develop the local currency bond market and to provide investment options for repatriated funds following the amendment of the Retirement Funds Act. Going forward, Mr. Speaker, we will ensure optimization of various sources of financing by exploring a framework of cascade. This framework ensures that commercially viable projects use private funding, while government will support projects with commercial potential through blended financing and the use of triple Ps to enhance their bankability. I will say a little bit, Mr. Speaker, about budget execution. Mr. Speaker, we are taking steps to address the aforementioned challenges and to improve accountability, efficiency, and effective deployment of our public finances. In 2025-26 financial year, we will, among other things, introduce a mid-year budget statement. We will strengthen the existing medium-term fiscal framework. We will reform the design and implementation of social welfare programs and introduce public expenditure reviews. Further, Mr. Speaker, we will introduce a multi-stage project appraisal process and complete the review of the Public Finance Management Act. I now turn to the 2023-24 financial year budget outturn. Mr. Speaker, before I present the 25-26 budget proposals, allow me to first provide an overview of the budget performance of the past financial year, 2023-24, as well as the current year, 24-25. Mr. Speaker, building a surplus budget is a journey that requires determination, collaboration, and shared sacrifice. I am confident that together we can steer our economy towards a path of financial sustainability and prosperity for all our people. Mr. Speaker, the overall preliminary budget outturn for financial 23-24 shows a deficit of 11 billion, 11.11 billion, or 4.2% of GDP. The deficit is higher than the projected deficit of 7 million, 130 million pula, 7 billion pula for the financial year 2023-2024. This represents a deterioration from the financial year 2022-23, where a marginal deficit was recorded. Mr. Speaker, total revenues and grants for the year 23-24 period amounted to 74.26 billion compared to 74.1 billion registered in the financial year 2022-2023. The low revenue is mainly due to the weaker than expected performance of the diamond market. Mr. Speaker, for the 2023-24 financial year, total expenditure and net lending, on the other hand, amounted to 85.37 billion, lower than the revised budget of 88.79 billion. This compares to 74.1 billion recorded in the financial year 2022-2023. Recurrent expenditure for the year amounted to 64.9 billion against revised budget of 67.93 billion, while development expenditure for same period amounted to 20.52 billion compared to its revised budget estimate of 21.01 billion. I now turn to 2024-2025 financial year revised budget estimates. Mr. Speaker, the 2024-25 financial year is expected to record a much wider deficit than initially anticipated. This is largely driven by a substantial drop in mineral revenue, which has been revised downwards to 8.7 billion from 25.19 billion in the original budget. In this regard, total revenues and grants are now estimated at 68.69 billion pula. Mr. Speaker, total expenditure and net lending for 24-25 financial year, on the other hand, is estimated at 93.42 billion pula from the original budget of 102.58 billion pula. Mr. Speaker, in view of the above mentioned, the revised deficit is expected to be 24.73 billion, which is 9% of GDP, compared to 8.99 billion pula, which is 3.2% of GDP in the original budget. Mr. Speaker, I turn to the financial year budget proposal, 2025-2026. Mr. Speaker, I present to you the first budget proposals of the 13th Parliament under the new administration. As already indicated earlier, the 2025-26 budget was prepared under unfavorable economic and financial conditions. Total revenue and grants. Mr. Speaker, total revenue and grants for financial year 25-26 are projected at 75.49 billion pula. The largest contributor continues to be Southern African Customs Union revenue, which is estimated at 24.36 billion pula. The second largest contributor is non-mineral income tax, which is projected to attain 19.01 billion pula. Mr. Speaker, the mineral revenue is estimated at 15.75 billion pula. VAT collections are projected to register 12.1 billion pula. Meanwhile, revenue income from the Bank of Botswana is projected at 700 million pula in the financial year 2025-2026. The remaining 3.58 billion is anticipated to be accounted for by other revenues and grants. Total expenditure and net lending. Mr. Speaker, total expenditure and net lending is estimated at 97.61 billion pula for the financial year 2025-2026. And of this amount, total recurrent expenditure is projected to reach 72.61 billion pula, while development expenditure is estimated at 23.7 billion pula, with net lending of minus 140.21 million pula. Statutory expenditure. Mr. Speaker, I wish to apprise this Honorable House on this specific item. Statutory expenditure is made up of financial obligations that government is legally required to meet as per the provisions of the law. These expenditures are mandated by existing legislation and are thus considered non-discretionary, meaning that government is obligated to fund them regardless of prevailing fiscal circumstances. Mr. Speaker, total statutory expenditure is estimated at 22.7 billion pula for the financial year 2025-2026, which is a decrease of 2.6 billion pula, or 10.8%, compared to the 2024-25 revised budget of 25.46 billion. The decrease is partly attributable to the maturity of bond BOTS GB 0325 in March 2025, as well as the netting off the once-off budget amount for the acquisition of land from Tati Company and Sam Estate, which has already been purchased. Mr. Speaker, the proposed statutory expenditure estimates will also cater for normal public debt servicing obligations, government's pension contribution for civil servants to the Botswana Public Officers Pension Fund, amounting to 4.67 billion pula, which is an increase of 1.06 billion pula from the financial year 2024-2025. The increase is due to anticipated annual salary increment and pension contribution areas for C-band officers. The amount also includes salaries and allowance for specified officers amounting to 75 million pula, public debt interest amounting to 3.15 billion pula, and miscellaneous payments amounting to 375 million pula. Ministerial recurrent budget. Mr. Speaker, the proposed ministerial recurrent expenditure for financial year 2025-2026 amounts to 65.95 billion, reflecting an increase of 2.2 billion or 3.5% compared to current year's approved budget. The growth is mainly due to incremental notch for civil servants, opening of new district offices under the Ministry of Transport and Infrastructure, resuscitation of the Bargaining Council, operationalization of the critical agencies such as the Drug Enforcement Agency and the Chemical, Biological, Radiological and Nuclear Weapons Management Authority, and the leasing of vehicles for some departments as well as the Meat Industry Regulatory Authority. However, an increase in overall budget was largely offset by the reduction in the allocations for COVID-19, the non-inclusion of once-off items such as the provision for the operational costs for elections, terminal benefits for councillors and members of parliament, among others. Mr. Speaker, the largest share of the proposed ministerial recurrent budget amounting to 12.55 billion or 19% is allocated to the Ministry for State President to coordinate government business as well as safeguard and promote good governance. Following the rationalization of ministerial portfolios, the bulk of the proposed budget will cover operational costs for Botswana Police Service, Botswana Defence Force, the DEA, the Chemical, Biological, Radiological and Nuclear Weapons Management Authority at an amount of 9.79 billion pula, or 78%. The budget will also cover the absorption of special constables into Botswana Police Service. The provision for termination allowance, copyright and authors' fees, carrying out special investigations by the DCEC, as well as the National AIDS and Health Promotion Agency activities. A budgetary provision has also been made under the ministry for the operational costs of the Directorate of Intelligence and Security. Mr. Speaker, the new Ministry of Child Welfare and Basic Education has been allocated the second largest share amounting to 11.6 billion, which represents 17.7% of the ministerial recurrent budget. The renewed mandate of the ministry is to strengthen the educational system with particular focus on the elementary stage, as well as refocus children's rights and welfare in order to address the challenges faced by children from diverse backgrounds. The bulk of the budget covers teachers' salaries and allowances, development of child welfare policies and programs, including provision of sanitary pads for students, as well as payment of service charges in schools, staff and operational costs under the Botswana Examinations Council and Botswana Teaching Professionals Council. The proposed budget will also cover food and textbooks for pupils, provision of temporary teachers, and curriculum development to enhance knowledge and skills. Mr. Speaker, the third largest share of proposed budget, amounting to 11.27 billion pula, or 17.1%, will be allocated to the Ministry of Local Government and Traditional Affairs. This represents an increase of 1.79 billion, or 18.9%, over the 24-25 approved budget, following the transfer of the primary healthcare and culture components of this ministry. The proposed budget is geared towards improving efficiency in service delivery, local governance, social development, and to promote culture and traditional activities. The largest provision for the ministry goes to revenue support grants to district and urban councils, which accounts for 5.24 billion, or 46.5% of the ministry's proposed recurrent budget. The proposed budget also caters for food supplies for health facilities and primary schools, which will be procured from local farmers to boost local economic development in line with the homegrown school feeding framework. Mr. Speaker, a provision of 492 million is proposed to improve the delivery of primary healthcare services at the local authorities. The proposed budget will also provide the increase in the old age pension allowance, as I have already indicated, from 830 monthly per beneficiary to 1,400 per month, procurement of furniture and equipment for tribal administration, as well as maintenance of customary courts and promotion of culture. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Health takes the fourth largest share, amounting to 8.9 billion, which is a decline by 480 million, or 7.98% of the 2024-25 approved budget. This decline is mainly due to the transfer of the primary health care to the Ministry of Local Government and Traditional Affairs. The provision will finance operational costs of the ministry headquarters and health facilities across the country, and mitigate risks of infections and spread or resurgence of diseases. The budget allocation also provides for public officers' medical aid scheme, the procurement of laboratory supplies and equipment, medical and surgical equipment, vaccines, drugs, including ARVs, and fees for medical specialists. The proposed budget will also cover transfers to state-owned enterprises under this ministry, namely Sekitumile Masire Teaching Hospital and Botswana Medical Regulatory Authority. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Higher Education has been newly established, and as a result of this separation from basic education and higher education, the proposed budget for this ministry is 4.66 billion, or 7.1%, representing the fifth largest share. The bulk of the proposed allocation covers the operational costs of the SOEs under this ministry. Other cost drivers are payment of allowances to tertiary education students and their medical examination and operational costs for the Institute of Health Sciences and the brigades. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Finance takes the sixth largest share, amounting to 3.06 billion pula. The amount has grown by 4.6%, or 120 million pula, over the current year's approved budget of 2.94 billion. The major cost drivers of the recommended budget are the tertiary education tuition fees and transfers to parastatals under this ministry. The increase is also attributable to a budget allocation to the Agricultural Credit Guarantee Scheme. Mr. Speaker, the provision also covers the Eastern and Southern Africa Anti-Money Laundering Group activities in preparation for the next round of mutual evaluation, engagement and promotional activities by the ministry. The activities will position Botswana as a regional hub for training on anti-money laundering and the financing of terrorism. In addition, the proposed budget allocation will cover the operationalization of the Institute for Combating Illicit Financial Flows, established in collaboration with the University of Botswana to maintain the country's good standing, among others. Mr. Speaker, the government has combined the lands and agriculture portfolios under the Ministry of Lands and Agriculture in order to streamline services and thereby ensure expeditious provision of services. The proposed budget for this ministry amounts to 2.44 billion, or 3.7%, taking the seventh largest share. The proposed budget is intended to boost food security, support smallholder farmers, and create jobs across the country. In addition, the budget will cover land policy formulation, implementation, monitoring, and management to enhance equity and productivity. The proposed budget will also cater for the subventions to the land boards, to the National Agricultural Research and Development Institute, to the Meat Industry Regulatory Authority, to the Botswana Meat Commission Maung, and the Tsabong Abattoir. Mr. Speaker, the proposed budget for the Ministry of Transport and Infrastructure amounts to 1.94 billion pula. This represents 7.6% decline over the previous year approved budget of 2.1 billion pula. The decline is mainly due to the transfer of the housing component of the ministry to the newly established Ministry of Water and Human Settlement. The proposed budget will cover operating costs at district offices, procurement of fuel for government vehicles, maintenance of roads, buildings, vehicles, and other plants. The allocation will also cover salaries and allowances for the newly assembled Catalyst project team, subventions to SOEs under the ministry, provision for housing, rentals, road transport operations, and agency fees. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Trade and Entrepreneurship takes the 9th share amounting to 1.17 billion or 1.8%. The ministry has been restructured to include some of the functions of the former Ministry of Entrepreneurship. The major cost driver of the recommended budget is the allocation to the SOEs under the ministry, amounting to 873 million pula. These SOEs play an important role in providing the platform for value chain development, which will facilitate the establishment of a vibrant, diversified, and competitive industries through advocacy, business capacitation, education on entrepreneurship. The proposed budget allocation will also cover operational costs attributed to collaborations and consultations on the core business of trade development, enterprise development, and industry development. Mr. Speaker, the reorganization of government ministries has resulted in the transfer of prisons and rehabilitation services to the Ministry of Justice and Correctional Services. An amount of 1.02 billion or 1.5% is proposed to be allocated to the ministry to provide judicial and legal services, to dispose civil and criminal cases, protect and promote human rights, promote alternative dispute resolution, as well as correctional services. The bulk of the budget covers salaries for staff, costs for utilities at prison facilities, food for inmates, and subvention to Legal Aid Botswana. Mr. Speaker, the remaining 7.17 billion, or 10.9%, of total ministerial recurrent budget will be shared by other ministries and extra-ministerial departments. Development budget. Mr. Speaker, the proposed development budget expenditure for financial year 2025-2026 amounts to 23.75 billion pula, a decline of 6.32 billion pula, or 21.02% over the 2024-25 approved budget. However, Mr. Speaker, given the financial status of the country, this development budget shall be deployed efficiently to actualize the promises of the new Botswana in a phased and sustainable manner. Mr. Speaker, as I have already indicated earlier in my speech, the distribution of national development budget across priority areas comprises of 11.5 billion for modernizing and transforming infrastructure, 9.81 billion for improving quality of life, 1.47 billion for innovation and digital transformation, and 0.93 billion for supporting private sector-led growth. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Transport and Infrastructure has been allocated the largest share of the budget amounting to 4.31 billion or 18.1% for the financial year 2025-26 to fund the construction of road networks that will facilitate smooth transportation of goods and services, enhance market access and boost trade, and attract investment. Out of this amount, a sum of 3.7 billion will be allocated for the continuation of ongoing road projects, including Tsesebe Mosojani Masunga Road, Makalamabedi Mutopi Road, Mandunyani Shashemoke Road, Borolon Chadibe Matangwani Road, Moshopa Manyana Road, Mokolodi Access Road, Tloanema Khodi Road, Borobadilepe Mokatako Road with access road to Lohahani and Pihetswani, Hansi New Tari Road, Tihawane Ntlhantle Road, Radisele Pilikwe Road, Kahai Access Road, Mabule Sikutlani Road, Tamaha Kubung Road, Midie Linzoletau Road, Matit Bray Veda Road. The budget will also cover output and performance-based road contract projects, being Mankhodi Junction Kanye Road with associated access roads, Rakuna Claresilele Pizani Molopo Mabule Road and associated access roads, as well as traffic signal modernization and centralized traffic for Greater Gaborone. A budget provision has also been made for ongoing road projects implemented through the development manager model, including Maung Mohembo, Francistown Nata Maung, Mohoditsani Gabani Mankhodi, Rasisa Lenzoletau, Mahetwe Hatsaletadi, Dipuduhudu, Palape Martins Drift, Nata Kasani, Mudipani, Mabalani, Mulepole, Bypass Letlakeng, Kaudwani, Mohembo, Hodijwa, Otse Dibete. Furthermore, funding has been availed for the design of roads being access to CBD and 3 grade intersections at Molapo Crossing, Block 8 Traffic Circle, and Airport Junction. Mr. Speaker, the aviation sector serves as a gateway to the world, linking our country to global markets and opportunities in today's interconnected landscape. And in this regard, an amount of 351 million will cater for aviation projects, which entail maintenance of airports, upgrading of CAAB ICT equipment, Maung Airport development, improvements of existing airport security and safety systems, improvement of aviation security systems, and improvement of surveillance of Botswana airspace. Similarly, Mr. Speaker, railway infrastructure forms the backbone of industrial and logistical operations, as well as a cost-effective and environmentally sustainable mode of transportation. And to this end, a total budget of 156 million will cater for rail projects, which include rehabilitation of Limpopo Corridor, Botswana Railway workshop equipment, feasibility studies for Mamabula, Lephalale, and Musetsi Kazungula Railway. The 2025-26 development budget is also inclusive of ICT projects such as local area network upgrade, ICT equipment, as well as computerization of driver tests. Mr. Speaker, the second largest share of the proposed development budget at 3.48 billion, or 14.6%, goes to the Ministry of Local Government and Traditional Affairs. The focus under this ministry is to support vulnerable populations and promote social cohesion, as well as strengthen culture and heritage. The proposed budget will cater for different programs, including social welfare, local government infrastructure and services, development of primary education services, and tribal administration infrastructure development. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of State President is allocated the third largest share of the proposed budget at 3.33 billion or 14%. The larger portion of this budget will be used to strengthen security organs by funding programs and acquisition of equipment for protection of territorial integrity of the country, combat crime, and provide safe custodial care and correction to offenders through effective rehabilitation and reintegration programs. The proposed budget will also be used to fund projects that will facilitate village connectivity to accelerate access to digital space. Mr. Speaker, given the increase in climatic shocks, prioritizing investment in modern ways of farming and industries, as well as promoting green energy initiatives, is essential. In this regard, an amount of 2.88 billion, or 12.1%, is being proposed for the Ministry of Lands and Agriculture to transform and modernize the agricultural sector. The budget is intended for projects and programs that will enhance agricultural productivity, food security, as well as development of sustainable farming practices that ensure long-term prosperity for all Botswana. The bulk of the budget will mainly support programs that are aimed at supporting the country's food security and agricultural export efforts. The budget will also cover land management projects under the ministry, which include preparation of spatial plans, surveying of plots and land acquisition in preparation for land allocation. Provision is also made for land servicing projects. Mr. Speaker, access to safe drinking water and improved sanitation are some of the fundamental pillars of human dignity and development. In that regard, the proposed development budget for the Ministry of Water Affairs and Human Settlement for 2025-2026 financial year is 2.84 billion bula, or 12%, to provide quality water, sanitation services, and infrastructure across entirety of Botswana. A budget allocation amounting to 194 million will cater for social housing projects, namely Bonno Housing Scheme, Integrated Poverty Alleviation and Housing Scheme, the revamping of it, the Public Officers Housing Scheme for officers on D4 salary and below, and district housing. Mr. Speaker, I wish to conclude under the ministry with the recurring issue of over-expenditure in water and sanitation projects caused by persistent cost overruns. A clear example of this unacceptable situation is the Kanye sanitation project, which had an original contract of about 724 million bula, but incurred cost overruns of 2.9 billion, leading to a revised contract sum of 3.63 billion. This is unacceptable going forward, and I have already stated measures now being put into place to curb and avoid this. Mr. Speaker, the proposed development budget for the Ministry of Minerals and Energy is 2.66 billion, or 11.2%, which represents sixth largest share of total development budget. The bulk of the funds amounting to 1.6 billion are allocated to the Botswana Power Corporation for purposes of power importation into the country, as well as facilitate annual loan repayment during the 2025-26 financial year. Other projects that are funded include Phase 2 of the Northwest Electricity Grid, rural electrification and network extension, as well as network reinforcement. The budget will also cater for key projects under the Integrated Resource Plan, which has targeted 30% renewable contribution by year 2030. Furthermore, funds have been allocated for the implementation of the Hansi Oil Depot, which is one of the strategic oil projects, as well as rehabilitation of old mines. Mr. Speaker, the remaining ministries and departments share the balance of the proposed development budget of 4.25 billion, or 17.9%. The budget provision will cater for major projects, including construction and refurbishment of education, health, and other government facilities countrywide. Kasane Kazungula redevelopment project and implementation of the National Tourism Strategy and Master Plan. Innovation, research and development, roofing and of the Francistown Stadium, and the National Retail Payment Switch that I spoke about earlier. The overall balance and financing. Mr. Speaker, the overall balance for the financial year 25-26 is a budget deficit projected to reach 22.12 billion, or 7.5% of GDP. This deficit is expected to be financed by different sources, including domestic and external borrowing. This financing strategy will be executed without compromising the objective of growing the domestic capital market and debt sustainability, as the projections indicate that total debt to GDP will remain within the statutory limit of 40% of GDP. Conclusion, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to thank all Botswana for exercising their democratic right to have trusted this new administration of the Umbrella for Democratic Change with their livelihoods, as well as entrusting us with their beloved country. Change may take time, but brighter days are ahead and within reach. Thukwi urile ke lobelo, marota a re ke namile. This means that in life, one should not believe that one can do it alone. Mr. Speaker, it is evident that the proposed budget for 2025-26 financial year triggers important fiscal policy questions on fiscal consolidation, on fiscal discipline, on fiscal sustainability, on budget credibility, on the financing of the deficit and its implications on debt sustainability. With a projected deficit that exceeds the ideal threshold of 4% of GDP, our commitment to conducting fiscal policy is in line with global best practice is more critical than before. This calls for stringent measures and actions to improve productivity and deliver more with less, improve operational efficiency in public procurement processes, utilize e-services to deliver government commitments as well as maximize revenue collection. Therefore, I wish to assure the people of Botswana that wasteful spending, corrupt practices, revenue leakages, and any form of maladministration under this new administration will find no home. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the people of Botswana, I wish to also express my gratitude for the technical, financial, and in-kind assistance we have received over the years and continue to receive in this new Botswana. To all our development partners, bilateral and multilateral institutions, as well as private entities, the new administration is committed to deepening engagement and strengthening our partnerships through enhanced cooperation. Specifically, Mr. Speaker, allow me to extend my sincere gratitude to our development partners, bilateral and multilateral institutions, as well as private entities. Your unwavering support remains invaluable and greatly appreciated. Mr. Speaker, I extend my deepest gratitude to the dedicated staff of the Ministry of Finance and the public service at large. Your tireless work forms the quiet rhythm of a nation that is in progress. For your service, I offer my heartfelt thank yous. Mr. Speaker, this speech, this moment, would be incomplete without honoring the late Homolemo Motsoaledi. His legacy is woven into the very fabric of our progress, a guiding force that continues to inspire. Mr. Speaker, we remember him not in sorrow, but in gratitude. May his soul rest in eternal peace, knowing that the seeds he planted continue to bear fruit. I am also privileged, Mr. Speaker, to acknowledge two guiding lights of my journey, men of wisdom whose counsel has been both an anchor and compass. From the mountain kingdom of Lesotho, the esteemed former Minister of Finance, Timothy Tahane, is here for this occasion, as well as from Ghana, the distinguished Dr. Kwaku. Their wisdom has been a lantern through the mist of uncertainty. I thank our elders who have guided us in this march to the new Botswana. Comrade Molapisi, I thank him. Comrade Professor Muluzi, I thank him. Comrade Manasha, I thank her. Comrade Re Habunewi, I thank him. Comrade Resokopolo, I thank him. Comrade Matsekiso, I thank her. I thank the people of Botswana, all of you, every single one of you. And of course, I thank the people of Gaborone Bonington South. And finally, Mr. Speaker, to my siblings and members of my family, you are the roots that hold me steady. In your unwavering belief, I have found the strength to climb. To all who have walked with me, guided me, and stood beside me, this moment is as much yours as it is mine. And of course, finally, it has been such a privilege to walk and work with a courageous and determined President of the Republic of the New Botswana. It has been a great privilege to walk and work with this great cabinet and members of Parliament and the leaders that are here. And I say, and with these words, Mr. Speaker, I now move that the appropriation 2025-2026 bill, 2025 bill number 2 of 2025 be read for the second time. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order, honorable members. Order. Order, Honorable Lucas. Order. Honorable members, the question is that the appropriation 2025-2026 bill, 2025 bill number 2 of 2025 be read a second time. Honorable members, in terms of Standing Order 86.2, the debate on the appropriation bill shall not commence until one clear day has elapsed, and thereafter not more than 10 further days shall be allotted for the second reading of the bill. The debate on the second reading will therefore commence on Wednesday, the 12th February 2025. Let me at this point also indicate that Standing Order 9.3.4 and 9.3.3 shall apply. Lady Bale, honorable members, digital to Satata, standing orders say. Leader of opposition, if he chooses, will be the first to reply in terms of our rules of order and procedure, and shall be allocated longer time than honorable members. After a clear day, after a clear day, honorable leader of opposition, Standing Order 86.2, after a clear day. Let me also remind you, honorable members, that clear day doesn't mean that you'll not come to Parliament tomorrow at 2. Okay? It just means that on Tuesday we shall not discuss the appropriation bill. Order, honorable members. Honorable members, I have obtained copies of the budget speech for immediate distribution to all honorable members and our invited guests. I wish to, as I hereby do, also direct the clerk to circulate the soft copy of the speech in your WhatsApp group and email platforms. Honorable members and our invited guests, you are invited for refreshments at the Parliamentary Gardens when the House adjourns. Let me also make an important announcement. Tomorrow, we have a General Assembly at 10. It will be preceded by a Business Advisory Committee meeting. At this General Assembly, decisions will be taken. And these decisions will be binding on all of you. Leader of the House, they will be binding even to ministers. So, Arisi Mulola, I will not entertain excuses emanating from non-attendance of the General Assembly. Remo. Ho ka nna diphatsa thata hore o ka ema ka ntlha ya tsamaiso kana point of procedure or point of order ka se re samileng ko General Assembly. Tswetswe iponatseng ka moso 10 o'clock. As that concludes the business on today's order paper, I shall now call upon the Leader of the House, Honorable Minister of State President Moeti Caesar Mohasa, to move a motion of adjournment. Honourable Minister, Leader of the House.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move that this House do now adjourn.
Order, Honourable Botswana. Honourable members, the question is that this House do now adjourn. Order, honourable members. Honourable members, the question is that this House do now adjourn. As many as are of that opinion say aye. On the contrary, say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Kgaoganyo ya madi a setšhaba motho wa gaetsho e tsamaya ka tsela e ntseng jalo. Proposed appropriation of the national budget for financial year 2025-2026 ya ka re bona yalo ba tswa yalo mo tsamaisa dipuisano tsa palamente a tla tswa yalo mo ntlong ya palamente gore tiro ya letsatsi la gompieno e wetse pego e sa tswang go rolwa ke tona wa tsa madi re Ndaba Gaolatlhe re bona yalo me le tautona le ene a go lebega a megile ka gongwe mahoko a nang a bua ke tona wa tsa madi a tlhalosa gone yalo gore tota kgaoganyo ya madi a setšhaba e ya jaana e lebile boleng jwa matshelo a batho e ya jaana e ikaegile ka go shahatsa kana go diragatsa di tlamelo tse di mo maemong a sešwa e ikaegile yalo ka gone go godisa le tsa maranyane mme segolobogolo a ikana tota motho ka ba rialo ba ra ikana kana a bua gatelela gore ye mme tiriso ya madi a puso e tla nna e leng gore ya somarela e na le tshomarelo tshenyo gongwe e ka begwa mo tirisong ya madi a puso e tla eba tota ebile ga a simolola pego e ya kgaoganyo ya madi a setšhaba tona Gaolatlhe o ne a bua gore yaka ga re tsena jaana re tshwenyegile ka bo letlhoko la ditiro re tshwenyegile ka kgontsho ya bong e tswelang ka gore hatlha re le tšhaba re tshwenyegile ka tshenyetso setšhaba re tshwenyegile ka dio di le mmalwa di tshwana tshwanetseng hela mme puso ye mo go simololeng tiro jaana e ikana yalo gore sa ntlha ke go emisa go dutla madi ha o ka rialo madi a senyegang ka tsela e leng gore ga ya babalesega gape a re ke yone phase 1 e ba tlhabong ba itebagantse le yone e le puso phase 2 e betla gone go leka gore puso itshulelo e itshetlele stabilizing and preparing for growth mme phase 3 e betla e lebella jalo go leka go emeletsa initializing tangible steps for change go emeletsa dikgato tse e leng gore di ka diragatsa phetogo e utlwalang e be re ko bohelong kana phase 4 e be nna building the new Botswana e le one magato a e leng gore re tla re ha re dirisa madi a setšhaba go simolola ka ngwaga wa 2025 re ya go 2026 e be le gore re ikaegile ka motlhala one o mo kgaoganyong ye ya madi a setšhaba motho wa gaetsho ha e le gore o no sa ka wa e utlwa a kgaogane jaana gore 65 billion gone go 65 billion point sengwenyana ke madi a e leng gore a tla yang ko tirisong ya ditiro tsa maphata a puso tsa tsatsi le letsatsi kana mo ka reng recurrent budget mme madi a ka tshwarang 23 billion one a tla ya ko ditirelong tsa ditlhabololo ditirelo tsa go tlhabolola a Botswana mme re tsena jaana mo tirisong ye ya madi motho wa gaetsho go ya ka tlhaloso ya gatona ya madi re dirisa madi a hetang a re a tsenyang gore motho ka re deficit shortfall ya rona mo bogompienong ke madi a ka tsamayang go bo 11 billion jaaka ha tona na tlhalosa gore ka ha letseno la rona le tsamayang ka teng le bonya kgolo ya economy e bonya e wetse tlase mme tota keletso ke gore e nne yone ya ntlha e leng gore tota puso e itebaganya nayo kgolo ya letseno ka gore gompieno re dirisa madi motho ka re dirisa madi a re senang one mme gongwe a e tlhalosagela ka mantswe a e tlhatswang sentle gore nya letseno la tšhaba eno le helela ha mme ditiro tse rang go di dira tsone e be di ya go helela ha le pharologanyo ya tsone ka bobedi e be ya go nna go gongwe ga go bo 11 billion motagaetso mme mo nakong ya ga ke rate gore ke die sebaka ke tsamaya jaana ke ntse ke tlhodumela boeteledipele jaaka ga ntse ba tswa ra ka ha ntse ba tswa mo teng ga ntlo ya palamente jaana ke ba tlhodumela ke utlwe gore gone mme ba utlwile kgaoganyo ya madi ka tsela e ntseng jang ha ke re ana ke gadima ka thoko ga motho ga itso ke bona yalo tona ra mogapi yo gapele mo palamente wa gone ka ha phalape tona tla ke go dumedisa tshokologo ya gompieno re sa tswa go rwelwa jalo kgaoganyo ya madi a setšhaba ya ngwaga wa 25-26 gongwe wena ga o tsena ka tshologelo tsa gago le tiro ya gago e o lebaganeng le yone o ne o sologetse jang o nametsegile kana go tla siama
ke itumetse hela thata mma ka gore re tsaya mo nako e leng gore jaaka o tule tona madi a kgaoganya madi re tsaya mo nakong e thata e leng gore madi ga ayo a hedile mme se re se itumelang ke gore o kgonne go tsutaganya mo go tweng ke thogana ya ntsi ka gore le ga go ntse jalo Batswana re tana re leka gore re bone metsi le ga go ntse jalo metsi o kaile gore re ta leka ka ditsela tse dingwe re berekisenya le bo private sector metsi a kgona go tswa ko bo Zambezi a taka kwano gore Batswana ba kgone go nwa metsi o supile gape gore nya manto re ta aga mo ministereng wa me o supile gape gore manto a mangwe a go tase a ta nna teng ka ha tase ga lenano le lesha le tebe le bitso go te bonno housing scheme jaanong tse ke dilo tse dinte tse re di itumela gore la ga go le thata mme re bone sengwenyana e itumedisang go gaisa tsotlhe ke Ndaba ya bonkuku ya rona gore la ga go le thata jalo mme 1400 ba go a bona le ga go le thata ye nngwe itumedisang go di gaisa tsotlhe ke gore bomme ba ntseng ba sena gore ba ka ira jang ba kgona gore ngwana o ke a mo reng go na le diemo tse leng gore di thatana ba kgona go latha bana mme gompieno ga tenya 300 pulenyana ba ta mmana ka kgwedi
tsona tla ke go leboga gone go ke ne ke kape ba bangwe gone mme se o se buang ngwana o nametsegile wa re go tla tsamaya go banka ga gape
nna ke nametsegile ka re we shall overcome re ta henya re ntse ra totoba ra kopile ka gore itsholelo sentse le ko tase Batswana ba se ka ba re hella pelo re ntse ra kgarametse ke a leboga thank you so much
ke leboga tona yalo tota tlhalosa gongwe dingwe tsa se e leng gore motho o ka re o dinopotse segolobogolo go tswa mo kgaoganyong ya madi a setšhaba a bolela ruri a rialo a gakologelwa e builweng ka lenaneo le la bonno thulaganyo ya bonno gore go rurihatsa gore motho o nna le bonno jo e leng gore o ka bokgona isulelo ya gagwe ya bokgona ke sengwe sa se e leng gore ba di beile pele tla ke ba ke gadime gore ke na le mang gape ka ha ke go amogela tona ke lebogelana kwa gago gore o boemele rona gana ke tla go utlwa hela gore from the appropriation bill what is your take we did know that we are coming into this budget on a bit of a back foot in terms of how the performance or the productivity of our economy, and in terms of your portfolio and your responsibilities. Is this something that you are being hopeful, pleased, or what are your views?
Thank you very much for the opportunity. Yes, you're right. This is a budget that, first of all, acknowledges the state of our economy. That's the first thing that it does. But it doesn't only acknowledge that and acknowledge the systemic inefficiencies that exist. It also offers hope moving forward, right? There is hope in it. We've seen some of the key promises that the Umbrella for Democratic Change government made being fulfilled. at least given a strong signal that we are going there. I mean, I can give an example of the old age pension, which should give excitement to everybody at home to say, even though we haven't given the 1.8 that we promised, but 1.4, this is a strong signal in the right direction. The 300 pula for newly born is another exciting development from this budget to show that the government is committed. Regardless of the challenges that we're having now, we're optimistic that we'll be able to turn around the economy. Now let me speak to healthcare.
Yeah, key priorities in the health ministry for you.
Yeah, excellent. Look, right now at the ministry, we owe a lot of our service providers. There's a really high debt level that we're hoping to service. And you know, the tragic thing about it is a lot of these companies are Botswana-owned companies, you know, real men and women who are really trying at home, you know, to establish themselves in entrepreneurship. And they've been offering services to us and been having quite difficulty to pay them. So this budget offers hope to them also that they'll be able to get something. It offers hope that we'll be able to refurbish a lot of our facilities. It offers hope that we're going to hire personnel that we definitely need.
Right. Prudency is another area that the minister emphasized. In fact, as the 4 phases that he says this budget or this financial year will be going to, first of all, halting the bleeding of finances, or hemorrhaging of finances was a key priority. But then, you know, you are inheriting a ministry that has been battled with a lack of drugs, the shortage of medication and stuff like that. What prudency measures do you foresee in your area, in the health ministry?
Right, prudency for us means that the services that we give to our people of Botswana at home get value for every tebe that they put into the economy. As you have heard, the Vice President put at the center Central Medical Stores that is going through restructuring, and we're trying to make sure that there's prudence in that regard. There's a lot of money that is going into the drain that we could be saving over there. State-owned entities also. There has to be really fiscal management of what we do with the money that goes in there. So at the very core of it, we want to make sure that every type that is invested into government is felt by the end user, which is Botswana at home.
Thank you so much, Honourable Minister. We'll catch up with you as you go into the House to digest the budget further.
Thank you very much for having me.
Honourable Minister of Health Services, Dr. Modise, sharing just his view of the appropriation bill of financial year 2025-2026. The team is trying to catch up with as many as we can. Okay, I do have one right here already.
Re lebile wena ka gore le tseno la ditswa mung ke kganye le gore e nna e re butsa matlho mo Botswana ke a go dumedisa ke tla go simolla gone home maitse
dumela mme ke dumedise le Batswana go gae jaaka mothusa tautona e bile le ene tona wa tsa madi a setsa tlhalositse re santa re itumelela thata gore be re kgonna go wetsa dipuisano tsa rona le bao ba DBS mme gape re wetsa yana re tshwenyegile thata gore dimaraka tsa ditemane ga di dire sente mme ibile le sone se re gwethileng gore tota re wetse e be re simolola re theogela yaanong mo go tseeleng gore di ta thomamisa gore re tsosolosa market re itse gore kana ha ile gore ditemane ga di dire sente le tseno la ga government ga le dire sente ibile tsotlhe tse ntseng o di utlwa di buiwa go okeletsa bagodi madi go okeletsa dikolo madi gore go nne le dijo ko sekolong gore le jalo ka ha eleng gore mapodisi ba re kurutiwa ka teng tsotlhe tseo di tabo di sa kgone go atega ga madi a seo mme ibile re tshwanetse gore tota re bereke ka thata jaaka se tsa tlhalositse go tsosolosa mmaraka wa ditemane go tsosolosa le mmaraka o mongwe yalo wa bokopore jaaka se tsa supile mme re setse re lebile go kabakanya mo teng ga ditswa mmung re lebile le go kabakanya ga yalo ga kgothetso re lebile tsone go kgothetsa ka maranga letsatsi re lebile le gona go rekisetsa kwa ntle ga Botswana re bata gona gore re kgona gore re tsenya madi mo Botswana
o e umakile mene ke tla go botsa gore ha re bua ka letseno le letswang mo ditswang mong mang ke ditemane mme hela gona Motswana ha ka itse gore le ha tsela ga go na le eng gape kana se le maano a rona ke ka nna eng gape ka ditswang
tota temane sampe le yone mamang mme gone yana re ile ra bona gore re tlhomamise re batetse dingwe tse e leng gore di teng ebile mahatshe a di bata gone yana go batiwa tota kopore go batiwa ditshipi tse e leng gore di thusa ka mo go bitswang go just energy transition kopore manganese uranium jalo ke tsone tse e leng gore re ile ra re di lebelele e be re bona gore a dikopo tsa di-mine tse di leng gore di mo spacing se ga di ka ke ra di sekaseka gore re nne le di-expansion and di-expansion tsa teng e rile re sekaseka ra bona gore nya bokgwe makau yana ba kgona gore ba oketsa from 60,000 tons ba e dire 130 go kgona gore go oketse ditiro from 2,000 to 4,000 Sandfire le yone jalo gore ba oketse from 45 I think ba ba busy le ke ba PNR tota ba e leng gore ba rekile di shaft tse di go le bone ba busy ba bata ba e leng gore ba ka invest mo go bone ko manganese project e leng ko kanye yalo le bone re bata go ba thusa gore ba bone ba e leng gore ba ka tsenya madi mo go bone gore ba tswelle ka di project tsa bone so tota e be re le ba ko ministry wa ditswamong re bata gore re tsenya madi go tlhomamisa le go ela thoko tse dingwe tse e leng gore di teng mo Botswana tse e leng gore di ka re thusa gore re tsenye madi mo Botswana
se le maitlamo a party e reteletseng pele puso ene re tlhoma ka October yana ke gore ha ba bua ka inclusive growth ba bua ka quality of life dilo tse tsotlhe ha re bua ka tsone mme ebile re be re bua ka mohama o nonneng jaaka wa ditswammu Motswana ene o na le seabe se le kae gone go to participate in this mainstream economic driver lira go le kae kana Motswana o na le go le kae go
go le go ntsi thata se ebile ntse re se bua ke gona gore re simolla lekalana le lesha mo lephateng la rona le e leng gore le ta thomamisa gore di-mine di rotloetsa Batswana di-mine di rotloetsa dikgwebopotlana ebile di phathalatsa madi a diriwang mo mining through value chain development, through supplier development programs, through citizen economic programs. So ke tsone dilo tse e leng gore lekalana le re le thamang gonana di tla tswella le di dira go thomamisa gore Batswana le bone ba tsenya letsogo ka gore ga re a tshwana la gore 50 years after re nna le our first mine 55 years after re nna le our first mine re sampe re importa di-chemicale tse e leng gore di dirisiwa mo di-mine re bata gore re rotloetse di-mine tse gore di dirise Batswana di dirise di-company tse di direlang mo Botswana tse di manufacturang mo Botswana mme go heta ho re itamile gore ntu nngwe le nngwe mo Botswana e tanna le motakase o ta utlwa mothusa tautona na tlhalosa se gore re tsenya madi mo BPC sa se buang ke gore in these first 100 days there are about 5 villages tse e leng gore re kgonne gore re go gogela motakase teng tse e leng gore di kgakalelle the national grid mme ebile ra go tswella re bata gore Motswana mongwe le mongwe a kgone gore a re ke kgona gore le nna ke a ngwe sengwe mo mading a tsena mo Botswana a tswa mo ditemaneng
tla ke go lebega tona re tla tswela re ntse re le tshwara ha le ntse le tsweletse le a tlhatlha kgaogano ya madi mo parlamenteng ke a go lebega
ke a lebega Mthalanse
ke leboga yalo tona wa kgotetso le ditswamong mme bogolo kene wendo le ene gore mo kgaoganyong ya madi mahamao wa ditswamong mahama wa kgotetso re ka sologela go le kae le gore wa go dira go le kae mme motho a gaetso ga ke no sika kwano ga ke no sika ha dikagong tsa parlamente bo morwarre ke na yalo le Tumo Mpatane le ene o ntse a tshwara ba ka kgona go ba tshwara ke na le morwarre gape o dirile re ba one o dirile o ene gore le ene o ntse a tshwara ba ile gore o kgona go ba tshwara ke ntse ke gadima yana ke bona tona le no se tsa lehano gore gongwe le ene ke utlwe tshwaelo ya gagwe ka se tona tla ke tse sebaka se gongwe ke a tlhatlhe ka boripana mo nakonyane ke na le yone gore ha re bua ka creative sector re bua ka tsa metshameko go ha re utlwile tona a di umaka mehamae gore ha re bua ka go tswakanya itsholelo go na le go le gontsi mo re ka go solegela mo teng ke batla go utlwa maikutlo a gago le tshwaelo ya gago
Emma tota ke tsaya ke re le utlwile mothusa tautona o mention thata ka the creatives le tsone sport tota o na bua ka tsone a ba gatella molaetsa wa gagwe a le passionate tota o bona gore o bua ka so se leng gore re le puso ya UDC re ikella go se dira seng ka se go bolelelang ke gone gore ke ya ka o bona ha e sa le re tsena sengwe sa nta se re se dirileng ke go dira ministry wa sport and arts go mo it was a deliberate move o rang gore ra go tisa mananeo a e leng gore a kgona go ntsha Batswana mo lehumeng nka go ha se kai gore re ira eng se re se dirang ke gore re batla gore di creatives le sport re kgone gore di nne professional re batla gore bana ba kgone go itsetsa o utula bua ka content monetization e leng gore re sa le re simolola hela be re bua ka yone gore re simolotse go buisana le ba tshwanetseng gore ha e le gore melao e thoka go change-wa gore ra accommodate monetization re kgone go dira gore banana ba kgone go itirela ditiro re na le the film industry e leng gore re ta bua go le go ntsi ka yone go ntse go tsweletse already we have done something re setse re kgonne go reka re kgonne go evaluate some tenders tse di amana le the film industry re setse re one of the key steps that we did ha re asuma go tsena re le ministry wa sport and arts re consultile all the stakeholders re consultile re nile le sports pitso ra nna le arts pitso ra nna le film pitso these platforms ke tsone tsene ra go tsa fresh mandate from our people and re itumella gore ba aligned to se re se batlang le bone ba buile maikutlo a bone and maikutlo a bone ke gona re thusang gore ga ra pele re batla go tisa our agenda kana re implement our policies e be re guideiwa ke batho ke sone se o bona re ile go go bona mme nka gore a kere gongwe minister wa rona ga wa allocateelwa madi a mantsintsi mme you have to understand gore ha re bua ka triple P's you know Minister of Finance and the Vice President a bua ka yona minister wa rona wa go remela thata mo triple P's we have started some conversations with the private sector because the private sector should play a huge role mo go implementing those re bua ka school sport e leng gore re tsweletse ra buisana ka yone go bona gore ya boa ile ra implement
le ke batla go le go tsana go le ka hela santse o le mo shaotswa mo kgaoganyong ya madi re tla ba re ntse re tshwaraganya le lona ha le setse le buisana ya nong kgaoganyo
ra le boga thank you
ke le boga yalo tona ke le bengwe le gore le bagane le yone le phatale le leng gore le bagane le tsa metshameko ga mmogo le tsa botaki le bodiragatse ke ne ke santse ke go tlhalosa motho wa gaetse gore ga ke nosi ke na le morarre re ba one o dirile le ene o kgonega ka hantle ga dikago tsa parlamente tla ke kgabelela ka go ene ke itse gore ene o tshwere mang dikgang ke eng ka ko re ba one
Thank you, One. Thank you, One. We are going to continue where we left to give way for the minister to present that bill. Finally, the budget speech has been presented, and we're going to continue to break down that budget speech. But we start from what the business community has observed in that speech. We would like to know what struck Rempapi Tsolofelo, the head of policy research at Business Botswana. I want to know from you, what struck you the most about the speech?
No, thank you so much, Riva, and let's take the opportunity from the business sector to congratulate the Minister and the Vice President on his speech. Very long, comprehensive, as you would have expected, because there is a number of areas that needed to be touched. When we started, we indicated that the key word is going to be efficiency. How are we going to be facilitating the private sector to drive growth? We know very well that we are in a very tight fiscal space. We are declining in terms of our growth. We need to spare growth. We need to create the jobs. So the key word was going to be efficiency. So what was striking the most was that he was very clear in terms of how the private sector is going to be facilitated. But the key talking point is going to be the comment on the corporate tax increase, because I think the broader goal of making sure that we are competitive, we create a doing business environment that is conducive, is to deal with managing the costs that is going to be going into the business. So yes, we may be still lower than the regional level, but when you look at the global average, we are hitting at the global average. Does it make us competitive? Like the minister said, these are the questions that we are going to be grappling with from today going onwards in terms of the budget speech. But the good thing is it was striking the right course in terms of the direction in which we have to take in facilitating the business. For the first time, we had the minister indicating how the business, the private sector, a budget being allocated to how the private sector is going to be facilitated. We had the implementation bill that is going to come to make sure that the pronouncements in the budget speech are implemented. So to us, those are very interesting and very good moves in terms of dealing with what we have been having as a problem in the past.
Yeah. You're speaking on behalf of the business community, but I want you to talk to any issue that struck you also that deals with the improvement of the quality of life, because it's one of the priorities that government has cited.
Oh, yes. The quality of life, there is an increment in terms of the old age pension. It's good news because economic theory, when you put more money into the hands of the people, you spare aggregate demand, people buy more, the private sector develops more. So possibly the retail space is going to be the one that is going to benefit out of that. But the quality of life in terms of the pronouncements that were made are quite interesting. But from, like we said, also from the business perspective, we are looking forward to a situation where there is efficiency.
All right, let's give to my colleague One Rabanting to continue giving you the commentary from people as they come onto Parliament.
tla ke go leboga wena kgaitsedi ka re ba one ga re se re wele ke tla bua ke boela ka go wena gape mme mo nakong e ke ne ke bona go kgabola yalo leader of the opposition ke re ke mokape ha ise a re latlhegele re sa leshano tla ke tsena go le wena gongwe ke utlwe mantswe a gago re butwa yana tona a bua ka gongwe maikemisetso a le mararo a gatellang a gore o bua ka quality of life o bua jalo ka digital transformation o bua jalo mo ya tsa di o makileng o buile gape le ka modernizing infrastructure ke no pala tsela gore ke di gakologola mo gompienong ha re lebella ka segwa gore go di priority ke gone go tlhekana gongwe ha le lebile le tshwaela le reng
well re lebogela pego ya gatone ya tsatsi la gompieno ya kana thalosa ke pego ya bone ya ntlha tsa le batsana mo pusong and therefore go ra gore ke di tsholohetso ga e ka ra ba supa ka menwana ka tse di hitileng go na le tse le gore tswa kgakala re dumalana le tsone tse a di buile mo tsatsing la gompieno re tswa kgakala rona re dumalana gore the energy sector ya Botswana e tshwanetse ikege thata ka marang a letsatsi o tlhalositse gore seo se tla diragala re tswa kgakala re dumalana le kgang ya gore bana ba setsanyana go dikweleng ba hiwe di-sanitary pad re itumeletse go utlwa a e bua yoneo re itumelela go utlwa a bua ka beneficiation gore yaanong e tla tsewa ka mašetla a godimo go na mo nakong e hetileng tse dingwe di didimaletse Batswana ba le bantsi gompieno ba re tsile go reetsa gore puso mohiri o motona 4,000 pula o wa dituelo tse di ko tlase o simolola leng a ke kgang e leng gore yaanong ke bahiri ba ba konta ga puso yone ga e batle go ikgolega ka tshologetso ya yone go na le tse dingwe gape tse di tshwanang le gore ba soloheditse ditiro di ka nna 500,000 ga ntshe target e le selo se re tswang kgakala re sa kgalela party ya Tom Kraga gore ga o ira budget e senang di-target go nna thata gore re itse gore a o kgonne kana ga wa kgona go na le kgang ya bagodi matona as recently as 2 weeks ago ba itse gore budget speech e kwadileng ne ba tsamaya mo dikgotleng ba raya bagolo ba re 1.8 1st of April ba itse gore ga ba bolele boammaaruri yaanong e re ntswa gone go tule 1.4 re tla mo lebogela mme potso ke gore a ba ba 60, 61, 62, 63, 64 years ba ene gore ne ba re editse tona gore kana go tlile rona tla be re le mo teng a ba mo teng kana nya yaanong ke dipotso tsa di botsa tona mo parlamenteng
re tla re itemogela kwelo tlase ya kgolo e seng le tlole hela ya kgolo ya itshulelo mme kana re eme ha gare ga maitlamo a re sela ka ra itlamile 2036 ba agenda 2030 bo 63 go ha o kala a re tla goroga kana re tsamaya jang gongwe re ka tlhoka go hehosa ka tsela ntseng jang
re tsela go tlhoka go hehosa go mo mpepeneneng sengwe se tona a se supile mo tsatsing la gompieno ke gore o sologetse gore mmaraka wa ditemane o tla tsoga o dira botoka 2025 a hela go ya go 2026 mme ke tsa gore se se tona tota ga se go rapela hela gore mohama wa ditemane o tsoge ke gore re ne le mehama e mengwe e mešwa e ka re tisetsang madi ka bokete jo bo hetang jo ntseng re bo bona mo nakong ya gompieno
go bua ka bo SMME re bile re na le lephata hela la entrepreneurship a gona ha mme go nne re go rotloetsa enough ha re lebile gona gore tota le tsena hantse gore le aname
well tona o buile ka entrepreneurship go leka go rotloetsa bogwebi and fair play ke dikgang tse nna re dumelanang le tsone gore o se ka batho ba tsena mo itsholelong ka la ka gore o itse mongwe kana o sikana le mongwe dikgang tsa o di tsamalana le tsa bo corruption gore ha ile gore o taira ya ka bolela e ta hokotsega re ta bona e le gore lekgotla la DCC le ya ditsompelo le be le ikemela ka bonosi le ntshiwa ka ha tlase ga ofisi ya ga tautona re ta ema nokeng maiteko ao a puso
leader of the opposition re tla re ntse re go tshwara ya ka ha le tsena no mo go buisaneng budget re tla simolla ka tshwaelo ya gago ha o araba ke a go lebogela
thank you very much see you on Wednesday
a tlhalosela leader of the opposition gore tla be le ka mogela la boraro ha yanong ene a lebagana le yone budget a raba kana a hetola go tswa ka ha letlhakoreng la opposition mme motho wa gaetso go ha di setse le tsamela go phirima mme re tsoka kwano nna ha ke ementeng ha ntle hela ga dikgoro tsa parlamente ta ke go laele le ba ke dirang le bone ka kwano nna ke one ra banteng ka la kashane ke buisetsa ka go re ba one o dirile gore le ena a tsodise dikgang ka go so la o ikanyero.
Thank you, One. Thank you very much. We continue with Re Mpapi Tsolofelo, Head of Policy Research at Business Botswana. Just wrap up on a point that you also cannot avoid talking about that you pick from that.
Thank you, Riva. Like I indicated, the fundamental point that one will speak to is the issue of implementation. It's the issue of how are we going to ensure that that which we are saying we are going to be changing, we are going to be doing it. So change requires a lot of effort, a lot of energy, and a lot of intentionality in terms of ensuring that that which we are saying we are going to be facilitating the private sector on is going to be done. And it's something that as we study the speech more, we will be discerning out what exactly is that, in addition to the implementation bill that the minister talked about, that is going to make sure that what they say they are going to be doing to ensure there is private sector activity, there is efficiency in the public service machinery that is supporting the private sector. So we will be looking at that. But all in all, initial impression, we're looking to be focusing, having the right direction in terms of facilitating the private sector. The good news again is the non-mining private sector activity is showing some growth, it's showing some resilience, which is good news and evidence enough to support the private sector, because it should be the one that comes after the mining. As we know, the mining is a problem now.
Once again, thank you very much, Re Mpapi Tsolofelo. Once again, that's Re Mpapi Tsolofelo, Head of Policy Research at Business Botswana. We will continue to engage you going forward on the same subject, which is the budget speech, once we have gone through it and pick more points that we want to share with the rest of Botswana. We continue to bring you more voices of people who can share much more from different aspects or different groupings of people across Botswana. This was Re, as I said, Tsolofelo, represented the business community. I still have here with me Re Bame Buitsoko. He is the economist. He just simply call it economist within the academic world. Yeah. I also want to give you an opportunity to share with us that which you could say that left you happy, or at least hopeful that this budget is going to make a difference in the life of Botswana.
Okay, thank you, Reba. I think on Friday, when I was talking about the difference between the two sets of budgets, I did mention that I'm anticipating an increase in the current budget due to the fact that the current government needs to understand its people and need to expand more into the activity to try to capture more information, for them to have much more long-term fiscal policies and strategies going forth. And we did see that. We saw an increased recurrent budget as compared to the last year as a current budget, which that was exciting. But the three key areas that the minister talked about was the quality of life, the export-led economy. He kept on talking about that more often, and the tightening of the budget, the current budget from a particular perspective. And from the quality of life, one aspect which I was very excited about was the fact that they are looking to match supply with repayment, right, of small businesses or all businesses, right? To say that whenever there's a supply being conducted by a business with government should be fast enough to try to pay for what is due to those small businesses. On its own, that elevates the pressure of the economy, elevates the pressure of financial institutions to try to finance purchase orders. That is a good move by the government as it stands. Again, aspects of skills development now. We've been seeing this conversation of saying the young population needs to go to school, tertiary schools, but without having matching the skills with the intended projects that are being developed, right? So we see now the TVETs now going up the approach of saying, no, we're also going to go into underground mining. So the TVET curriculum now is going to be focused mostly into seeing how they can support underground mining. That's a different approach altogether by the government. It shows much more intent. It shows much more reduced approach towards reducing, much more intentional approach towards reducing unemployment. Now, one of the key things that I also saw as well is the aspect of reduced spending, where we saw a much more tight and focused on revenue collection, right? And yes, corporate tax has been increased, and I know Mr. Sullivan wasn't happy about that as much, but the fact of the matter is other taxes were not increased. To say we're still trying to fix up other aspects, we're not rushing towards saying we need to increase our revenue base by increasing our taxation. No, they're simply saying there are revenue leakages in our processes. Let's fix those and then see if there is any need for any increased taxation going forth. So for me, that was quite a fundamental.
Let me take you back to that point of information, the quality of information that is needed, and which arises from what is known, what we have chosen for Botswana, which is the dual budget system, the dual structure, that is the recurrent and the development budget. Will this make any difference in terms of harvesting information that would help to plug out what the minister was also concerned about, which is the escalation of costs? Do you think this budget will take care of that?
I think if you look at this particular budget, it's in essence is actually one type of budget. It's not two sets of budgets as you look into it. You can simply see that projects or expenditure from the development budget is supported by the recurrent, right? Take for instance, for example, the Ministry of Energy and Minerals, which is led by Ndaba and Wendo. You could see that there is so much intention towards moving towards renewable energy, right? In terms of solar, in terms of wind energy, and again, the issue of the oil depot, which would support other economic activities going forth. But I was a bit disappointed in one way to say that when you talk about economic diversification, there are other mining activities that needed to be incorporated. You talked about the 130,000 ton worth of copper. In that particular aspect, where within the development budget or within the current budget would support such an initiative? Of course, from the monetary policy, that has been supported through the devaluation of the currency. But I'm still disappointed with saying diversify mining, not only within diamonds, but diversify mining. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much. I was going to engage you on the issue of tax because although the minister has introduced that tax, he has also in his last budget speech, which was for all stakeholders, indicated his reluctance to continue yielding to pressure to introduce more taxes. But sometimes you could say, I don't know whether you would agree that sometimes you may not avoid all that you are asked. Avoid this, eventually you squeeze in at least one tax increment.
But corporate tax is not a big issue, right? I mean, if you understand the tax regulations, corporate tax comes in as after operational profit.
Let's hear what the business community will say next time when they feed you.
All right.
We're going to continue giving you another voice. In fact, this is going to be the voice of a young man who also has quite a lot paid attention to the budget speech presented by the Minister of Finance, Ndaba, Gaolatlhe. So, welcome to BTV, and share with us more of what you grasped from this budget.
From what I grasped from this budget, there was definitely a lot to unpack, honestly. A lot to unpack there, but firstly, I think something that I would really want to get at is the state-owned enterprises. Firstly, from an economist point of view. State-owned enterprises have historically been degrading our government finances, and it's something that the minister did mention, that he is trying to transform these SOEs into high performance SOEs. But unfortunately, what I can say is that in these previous budget speeches, it is something that has been always reiterated, something that's been repeated every single year. One thing that I was really hoping to get from the topic on SOEs is that I was hoping to at least get some initial talks on privatization of SOEs. Now, I understand that some SOEs are of huge importance, like the water utilities, and we have BPC as well. I understand that, but some other SOEs like Air Botswana or Botswana Post really need to have a private individual presence in there who can bring innovation, like Air Botswana, bring innovation and bring fresh ideas in there, and someone who has this sense for profit maximization, because we really need to, like he was stressing, to cut costs as much as we can. So reducing these wastages at the SOEs is very vital. Yes.
What do you think embracing digital transformation, what change would it make? As a young man, I think
Yes.
it's one of those areas that speaks to your heart, speaks to your mind, excites you.
Yes.
What do you think digital transformation will make in as far as addressing efficiency?
Digital transformation will definitely address efficiency. But I really like that because for digital transformation, we have cases whereby we can venture into specifically AI engineering. And I really liked how they decided to really pump money into that. But in all honesty, it wasn't really addressed to as much as I would have wanted it to be. Because I feel like they could have really spoken about me as a young person. They could have really spoken about AI, teaching young people about AI, and also having capacity building in that sense to really bring us forth. Because let me give a good example with India.
Yeah.
India is currently aggressively training over 2 million people in the AI industry to become AI engineers because they can foresee the potential that it has. The potential is 15 trillion US dollar estimation in around 2030. So this is something but I feel like they could have really emphasized more on the issue. So yeah.
Okay, I'll come back to you for us to talk about the AI itself. Notably, I want to find out from you whether Botswana is getting ready to only be a consumer or it wants to get into the production side where it also counted among countries that produces semiconductor chips for AI. But let's move on to you, Bame Bwitsoko. I want you to talk about what he mentioned about PPP, public-private partnerships. This is something that in 2005, former President Ramogai took a state visit to South Africa, and he addressed the parliament in that country. It was one of the areas that he talked about. He talked about the projects that are going to be taking place in Botswana, teaching hospital. He also talked about, I think, Mama Bula. And these are the projects that when he, after Parliament, he addressed the business community. And it was this part, Triple P, that he focused on. Why is it taking too long to get the results of the Triple P? Or why is it not being implemented at the pace that we could have been enjoying it right now?
I think the issue has always been with previous administrations. Has always been let's bestow the responsibility of either stimulating the economy, either growing the economy within the government, right? So if you were to look at, like I said before, this particular budget speech, it's actually one set of budget, but now we are breaking it up into two parts for whatever reason it is. So before that, it's always been two sets of budgets, which is development and recurrent. But the recurrent has always taken the role of being much more developmental than in being recurrent in the previous administrations. So now with this particular one, you can see that there is an approach to say, let's create a conducive
an environment that will allow for that Triple P to take place. I'm going to engage you going forward. I know that you are always available to grace the studios of BTV. And I promise you that you also have something to share much more about the AI itself, yes, and where Botswana can play at the forefront, or they only want to be the ones who pay and keep getting trained to be consumers. Yes. But other than that, I want to thank you very much for your time. I appreciate your presence and appreciate your presence. We're going to have to leave it here and go back to the studio to our colleagues to wrap it up for this day. And one thing that I may perhaps say to you that look forward or go out there, get the speech, read it with your family, read it with your friends, read it with your neighbors and colleagues, and make or pinpoint opportunities for you that you could explore. On that note, all is left for me to say is good day.
Kgaoganyo ya madi a setšhaba ya ngwaga wa madi wa 2025-2026 ya ntlha mo tsamaisong ya puso e ntšha e tla arolwa ke mothusatautona yo gape e leng tona wa tsa madi Rand. Kgotla ke lefelo la ditsamaiso tsa matshelo a morafe kwa gone go rarabololwang diphapang le tlhoka kutlwisano teng kana kwa dikgang dipe fela tsa morafe di buelwang teng. Kgotla jaaka leina le supa e tsewa gape e le kgotlatshekelo ya Setswana mme bile ke yone e fang morafe sebaka sa go ikitse le go itlhaloganya. Kgotla e ka raya kago go ya ka ga e bopilweng ka teng. Bogologolo e ne e le kago e dirilweng